Hi guys, this is Hirosaki. This story is all about what if Naruto uncovers his true potential. One discussion in the academy introduces Naruto to his first real friends and changes his life forever. Together, they will work hard, push each other, and unlock their true potential. Before we start, kindly like and subscribe to this channel, and look over the description box for the author of this amazing storyline. Welcome aboard. Chapter 49, Victories at a Cost. The Sannin was about to rush over and check on Ao, but he stopped in his feet at the sound of a bird's caw. His eyes quickly scanned the air and noticed a crow flying in the sky above him. Damn it! Jiraiya cursed at the sight of the crow. What is he doing here? The Sannin immediately ran through a series of hand signs. He quickly brought his hands to his mouth before releasing a barrage of fireballs towards the crow. The bird flew continued its flight through the sky, evading each of Jiraiya's attacks. With each missed fireball, however, the crow continued to fly closer and closer to the Konoha shinobi. Soon, more crows joined in and started flying in a circular pattern close to Jiraiya. A murder of crows had now surrounded him. After the numbers increased to a substantial amount, the crows started to fly even closer to Jiraiya, preparing to strike at him with their beaks. Beaks. The Sannin immediately ran through 6 quick hand signs. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair quickly surrounded his body. The individual strands of hair became sharpened into needles. The needles punctured the crows as they attempted to strike at Jiraiya, causing them to caw in pain before fading from existence. Once the crows had disappeared, Jiraiya undid his jutsu and his hair returned to normal. He then jumped away as a figure started to fall to the ground directly above him. A few seconds passed by before a man landed on his feet. The new figure had jet black hair that was worn in a short ponytail and onyx-colored eyes. He wore a black cloak with a red cloud pattern on it. The man also wore a Konoha forehead protector with a slash straight through the Konoha symbol. So it is you. Jiraiya noted with a shrug. You Uchiha Itachi. Jiraiya resisted the urge to curse. He wasn't aware of who said the figure's name, but he now knew that his squad was going to be fighting differently. Uchiha Itachi was one of Konoha's most infamous missing ninja, possibly second only to Orochimaru. There was no doubt in his mind that his presence could negatively impact the Konoha shinobi's mission. Everyone! Focus on your mission. Jiraiya shouted to all shinobi in his squad, Konoha shinobi and Maze rebels alike. Itachi is my enemy. You all stay focused on the mission. All shinobi seemed to accept those commands, and did their best to return to their mission, and continued to fight off Kirigakure shinobi. One rebel shinobi under Mei rushed over and picked up Ao's body, before leaving with him towards the nearest medical shinobi. Itachi remained still, not bothering to stop. He didn't appear to be paying attention to any of the shinobi in the area other than Jiraiya. So, Itachi, care to tell me where your partner is? I know how your little organization works. You gotta have somebody hanging out around with you. Jiraiya questioned the missing ninja in front of him. I don't believe you should be thinking about him, Jiraiya-san. Itachi spoke with a calm, quiet tone of voice. I should be the only thing you are concerned about at the moment. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed at the man. Tell me, Itachi, what are you doing here? Why would you come to Kirigakure in the middle of an invasion? I didn't believe you or Akatsuki would want to take a side in this type of conflict. Itachi gave no verbal reply for a moment. His eyes slowly started to focus on Jiraiya, causing the Sannin to avert his own gaze in an attempt to avoid eye contact. After a few seconds of tense silence, Itachi finally broke the silence. And I wouldn't believe Konoha would want to take a side in the conflict, yet you are here, and you are with an army. He proceeded to quickly rush through a series of hand signs. I'm here on a mission, and while you are not involved with the mission, you are a threat to its success. Am I, huh? Jiraiya nearly smirked as he ran through the same identical hand signs as Itachi. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Both shinobi breathed out a massive orb of flames out of their mouths that moved through the air directly towards the other shinobi. The fireballs made contact, merging with each other momentarily before canceling each other out. With their jutsus failing, Jiraiya proceeded to charge forward towards Itachi, while the Uchiha jumped backwards, running through another series of hand signs. Their battle had officially begun. Yeah, right. Save me your holier-than-thou speech, brat. Karatoriki rolled his eyes as he gripped his axe. You don't understand anything. None of you do. You're trying to destroy one of the most powerful forces in the elemental nations. He then proceeded to make another hand sign with his left hand. And it's my duty to show you all the true power of Kirigakure. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. Karatoriki took in a deep breath before sharply exhaling, releasing multiple blades of wind from his mouth. The wind moved rapidly downward towards the ground and the rebel shinobi. Shikamaru, Haku and Anoka jumped away, while Kiri quickly moved Suigetsu to safety so he could heal him. Karatoriki, who was still exhaling wind blades from his mouth, noticed Kiri retreating with Suigetsu and turned his head towards him. The wind proceeded to focus in on him and seemingly moved faster. Kiri-kun? Haku gasped as he made a singular hand sign. A pillar of ice developed between Kiri and Suigetsu and the approaching blades of wind. The ice pillar took the attack, preventing the wind from cutting into the two shinobi. The ice, however, started to crack. It was showing signs of breaking apart at any moment. Shikamaru took the time to make a series of hand signs, fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. The Konoha Chunin breathed out a massive fireball shaped like a dragon's head that flew into the sky towards Karatoriki and his vulture. Karatoriki turned his head towards the fire, causing the blades of wind from his mouth to launch themselves at the dragon head. The wind, however, did nothing to stop the approaching flames. The dragon head-shaped fireball continued to fly towards him. He's got a good fire affinity to create something I couldn't blow out like that. Wonder how much chakra he put into it. Karatoriki thought to himself as he closed his mouth, canceling his jutsu. He then rubbed his hand on the head of the vulture he was riding. Whatever though. I'll take a different approach. The vulture, understanding what its summoner wanted it to do, let out a loud squeal before flapping its wings heavily, creating a massive gust of wind. The wind tore through the approaching fireball, causing it to dissipate. The wind continued to fly towards Shikamaru. The Chunin immediately jumped out of the way, barely missing the attack. Karatoriki placed his hand off the vulture's head, causing it to stop flapping its wings. It then flew downward at a quick speed towards Shikamaru. Karatoriki gripped the axe in his hands tightly as the vulture came closer to Shikamaru. Just as it came close to Shikamaru's body, Karatoriki leaned over the vulture's body and swung his axe, aiming for Shikamaru's neck. Shikamaru, however, reacted in time and pulled out a kunai and used it to intercept the oncoming attack. He avoided getting his head chopped off, but the force of Karatoriki's attack knocked Shikamaru off balance, causing him to get knocked back and fall to the ground. The Kirigakure executioner, noticing Shikamaru on the ground, directed his vulture to fly towards Shikamaru again. As he approached him, he readied his axe once again to chop off the Nara's head. This time, Shikamaru ran through a series of hand signs. Ninja Art, Shadow Protection Jutsu. The shadows around Shikamaru surrounded him and formed a circular, defensive barrier just in time before Karatoriki's attack. The Kirigakure shinobi swung his axe directly against the shadows, making no obvious signs of damage to the barrier. Karatoriki prepared to swing his axe once again and try and cut through the barrier, but he began to notice a sound that resembled metal clanging against metal. Uzumaki Fuin Jutsu, Chains of the Earth. A series of chains developed underneath the earth directly beneath Karatoriki and his summoned vulture. The vulture reacted instantly and flew away, avoiding the oncoming chains. The chains proceeded to fly in the air towards him. As the vulture was flying away, he turned his head towards Uzumaki Anoka, who had her hands locked in the tiger hand sign. "The same tactics don't work twice on me," Karatariki declared. Anoka gave no verbal reply, she only continued with her jutsu and continued to fling her chains around, trying to make contact with the Karatariki and the vulture. The chains began to move at an even faster pace. Seeing her attempts to capture him, Haku proceeded to make a series of hand signs. Giant pillars of ice quickly developed in front of the vulture and to its sides, preventing it from flying forward and to the side. The chains continued to move towards it, having seemingly caught the vulture. Karatariki quickly kicked the vulture lightly, causing it to fly upward instead. Realizing what he was doing, Haku quickly made a hand sign, causing the ice pillars surrounding him and the vulture to develop a ceiling that would prevent him from flying upward. The executioner, however, reached for his axe and quickly swung it as the vulture approached the ice ceiling. The axe completely shattered the ice, causing it fall to the ground. The Kirigakure shinobi and the vulture continued to fly through the air, trying to get away from the chains. The chains, however, continued on their pursuit. They, seemingly, were going to continue chasing him forever. Thought they'd be done by now. Should have known they'd keep going. They're powered by her chakra and based on her hair, she's an Uzumaki. Karatariki realized. If I want them to stop chasing me, I need to stop her jutsu. Karatariki momentarily placed his axe in a holster on his side. He then directed the vulture to turn around towards the chains. Karatariki made 3 hand signs before he extended his hands forward while the vulture, simultaneously, flapped its wings, wind-style, godly wind from the mountains. Anoka's chains managed to reach the vulture, gripping it tightly and began dragging it down to the ground. Her chains, however, did not stop his jutsu and a massive vortex of wind developed. The vortex rushed forward Anoka, who was focusing on her chains. Seeing the approaching wind caused her eyes to widen and forced her to cancel her jutsu in order to get away. She was too slow, however, as the vortex managed to make contact with her left arm and leg as she was trying to jump away. She screamed in pain as the vortex of wind cut into her body. When she managed to pull herself away, her arm and leg was full of cuts. Blood was starting to drip from each individual cut. With her jutsu cancelled, the chains holding Karatariki's vulture down disappeared, allowing it to fly freely. Shikamaru, now out of his shadow barrier, cursed at the sight of him. "We're at a disadvantage here, even outnumbering him. He's untouchable if he's up in the air, and he seems to know how to combat any attempts to drag him down to the ground," he noticed. "If we want to actually win this fight, we need to take out that vulture somehow." Shikamaru momentarily closed his eyes as his mind tried to think as fast as it could exactly how to handle the situation. He recalled the skill set of himself, Haku, and Anoka and thought of any combination of techniques that could take down the vulture. His eyes shot open the moment he heard the sound of flapping wings. Karatariki's vulture had released a massive gust of wind with the movement of its wing directly towards him. Shikamaru quickly ran away, avoiding the attack. He then continued to move, avoiding the subsequent blasts of wind. His eyes were focused on the wings, making sure to avoid getting hit by any gust of wind that the vulture released. "The wings, wait, that's it." Shikamaru immediately rushed over to Haku and Anoka. "We need to get that vulture out of the sky, and the best way to do that would be with a chain reaction," the Konoha shinobi declared as his eyes moved from the Uzumaki to the Yuki. "From both of you." Realization dawned on Haku's face. A small grin seemed to develop on it. "It should work. But how do you dash?" "That's where hers comes in," Shikamaru interrupted, pointing to Anoka. "She'll make sure you can do yours." "And how are we involved?" Shikamaru turned his head and noticed Suigetsu rushing over to him, with Kiri not far behind. While Suigetsu did have quite a few open wounds, the big cuts on his chest and stomach seemed to have been healed enough to be able to move. "Are you fully healed?" Shikamaru questioned. I'm good to fight," Suigetsu declared, crossing his arms over his chest. "You still need to be careful though, Suigetsu," Kiri warned. "I don't want those wounds to open up again." Yeah. Suigetsu shrugged before turning to Shikamaru. "So how can we help?" Before Shikamaru responded, another large gust of wind from Karatoriki's vulture was flung towards the group. All 5 shinobi jumped out of the way, avoiding the blast. Shikamaru then turned his attention back to the shinobi around him. "Kiri, focus on healing the cuts on Anoka. She needs to be able to maintain focus on her jutsu, and we don't want pain or anything to snap her out of focus," Shikamaru stated before turning his head towards Anoka. "Anoka, you're going to get Haku up close to Karatoriki and his vulture. He'll take everything from there." He then pointed to himself and looked at Suigetsu. "You and I are going to use any long-range jutsus we can to keep him distracted." With the plan in mind, all shinobi went to work. Kiri started to place his palms on Anoka's open wounds and began treating her as she made her necessary hand signs, Uzumaki Fuin Jutsu, chains of the earth. Karatoriki noticed the chains developing underneath the earth. He smirked smugly, "One-trick pony. You think trying that's going to dash?" The words died on his tongue as he realized that the chains were not trying to grab him. The chains, instead, grabbed Haku, covering his torso completely. The chains then rushed forward from the underground, forcing Haku up into the air with them. The hell is this? What's she aiming at? Karatoriki's eyes narrowed at Haku's approaching body. Another smug smirk developed on his face as he made a singular hand sign. "Guess I'll take advantage of this though. That bloodline filth is much closer to me now. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Water Gun Jutsu." Before Karatoriki could activate his jutsu, he was forced to divert his attention to an oncoming fireball shaped like a dragon's head, as well as a drop of water moving through the air at an incredibly fast rate. He patted his vulture on the head, signaling it to move. The summoned animal did just that, flying upward to avoid both attacks. He turned his head back to the ground and noticed Shikamaru making more hand signs and Suigetsu making a gesture with his hand that resembled a gun. Suigetsu began rapidly firing drops of water from his index finger, while Shikamaru breathed out another dragon head-shaped fireball at Karatoriki. The Kirigakure shinobi was forced to direct his bird to fly to avoid each attack. He then was forced to be on the defensive as he tried to evade their barrage of jutsus. "Stop that!" Karatoriki shouted as he took in a deep breath. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. The executioner breathed out multiple blades of wind that flew downward towards Shikamaru and Suigetsu. The two shinobi jumped out of the way, but Karatoriki turned his head to follow them, allowing him to continue his barrage of wind blades. Suigetsu, who was still injured, was unable to avoid forever, and was eventually caught in the attack. The blades cut deeply into his back, causing him to bleed further. He shouted in pain. "Ninja art, Shadow Protection Jutsu." Shikamaru shouted. Shadows quickly surrounded Suigetsu's body, covering him within a defensive barrier. Karatoriki continued to focus on the barrier, prepared to cut through it with his wind. A few seconds passed though, and he noticed Haku, still being carried by Anoka's chains, was quickly approaching him and his vulture. Quickly turning his head, Karatoriki focused his jutsu on the incoming Haku. The Yuki clan shinobi winced in pain as the wind proceeded to cut into his skin. However, the chains surrounding him did not budge from the attack and remained strong. This allowed Haku to continue further in the air. His body eventually made contact with the wing of the vulture. Anoka's chains immediately loosened slightly, allowing him to use his hands more freely. Haku then gripped tightly on the vulture's wings. Ice style, chains of earth and ice. Ice particles began to develop at an alarming rate on the vulture's wing. The ice spread quickly, completely encasing the wing in ice. The vulture caught in pain. It started to descend slowly from the air. What? What? Karatoriki's eyes widened. The ice on the vulture's wings began to inch its way further up the vulture's body, but eventually stopped. It steeled its eyes as if it was resisting the ice trying to completely freeze its body. It was forced to use all of its energy to stop the ice from killing it. In the process, however, it was unable to stay focused on flying. The vulture's gradual descent turned into a plummet downward. Anoka's chains immediately left Haku's body, freeing him completely. He waited until the vulture was just about to make contact with the ground before jumping off and landing on the ground safely by his comrades. The vulture, in contrast, slammed into the ground hard, creating a crater underneath it. The force of the impact caused the vulture to disappear, returning back to the land where it was summoned from. Karatoriki, still feeling the force of the impact, was lying on the ground and trying to pull himself up. Shikamaru immediately dispelled his jutsu, uncovering Suigetsu from the shadows. The two rushed over to Haku's side. Kiri, who had healed Anoka's wounds to a satisfactory degree, immediately turned his attention to Suigetsu's cut on his back. "How did you manage to do that?" Suigetsu questioned. "A particularly lethal jutsu, I know." Haku replied with a smirk. "That jutsu of mine allows me, as long as I have physical contact with something, to channel ice particles on their body that will slowly work its way up their body and freeze them to death. The only way to stop the jutsu would be to either force me off, or to focus all of your chakra and energy on preventing the ice from developing." The Yuki clan shinobi then pointed to the vulture and the newly developed crater. The vulture obviously focused all of its chakra and energy into stopping the ice, but in the process, it wasn't able to fly at all, forcing it to crash land. "You're awesome, you know that, right?" Kiri told the shinobi with a smile. Smile. Haku smiled, a small red blush developing on his cheeks from the compliment. Thank you, Kiri-kun, but it's really Shikamaru-kun's ingenuity that led to the defeat of the vulture." Speaking of that though, Anoka spoke up with a sigh as she looked at the crater. "We're not done." Shikamaru nodded his head as he quickly made a singular hand sign, Shadow Possession Jutsu. The Konoha Chunin's shadow extended forward at a rapid rate towards the crater. Karatoriki had managed to pull himself off the ground, but was unable to do anything about the shadow. As a result, he was caught. His body became locked. Almost immediately after, the shadow that was trapping him began to slowly extend up his body towards his neck. Karatoriki's eyes widened before he narrowed them. The shadow stopped its ascent, remaining still on the man's stomach. "Why you think you can overpower me?" Karatoriki shouted. "I'm a loyal Kirigakure shinobi, and I'm defending my village. I cannot die as long as I have people here to protect." "People to protect?" Shikamaru resisted the urge to spit as he tried harder and harder to push his shadow further and overpower him. "We're trying to reform Kirigakure and Mizu no Kuni. Your administration is destroying both of them. We're saving them. Once this civil war is over, and you rebels have been defeated, Kirigakure and Mizu no Kuni will be at peace for once. Random villages in Mizu no Kuni won't be the target of violence any longer." Karatoriki continued to shout. "That's what I fight for, and that's what my comrades for." Shikamaru opened his mouth to respond, but he stopped himself as he felt a presence dangerously close to himself and his allies. A group of 4 Kirigakure shinobi jumped out and threw hundreds of kunai and shuriken at him and his allies. All 5 rebels were forced to jump away to avoid the attacks, causing Shikamaru to break his jutsu and freeing Karatoriki. The 4 Kirigakure shinobi then rushed over to the executioner's side. "Karatoriki-sama, are you all right? We saw your vulture descend from the sky." One of them informed him. "We're here to back you up." Another shinobi offered. Thank you. Thank you all." Karatoriki let out a small chuckle. "Damn it. There's more opponents now." Anoka cursed. Each of you, handle any of those rebellious traitors that you want. Just let me fight the Konoha shinobi one-on-one. Karatariki requested. The 4 shinobi nodded before they jumped forward, each of them rushing to a different shinobi. They, along with Suigetsu, Anoka, Haku and Kiri, quickly moved away slightly to begin their own individual fights. Shikamaru was the only one left unattacked. He glared at Karatariki, who was starting to approach him. You want to fight me so badly? Why? Shikamaru demanded. You've been commenting over and over again about me and my character. You're the one who simply doesn't understand what Yagura-sama and Kirigakure is trying to accomplish here. The executioner proceeded to hiss as he gripped his axe tightly. I want to educate you so that you may understand what we are doing. Consider it the last thing you ever learn before you die. Shikamaru scoffed but gave no verbal reply. Instead, he opted to rush through a series of hand signs. Let the personal execution begin. Karatariki shouted as he charged forward just as Shikamaru finished his hand signs. We'll see. I'll have you know that I'm no dirty leaf. Hinata countered as she got into her gentle fist variant style. I'm a proud shinobi of Konoha with the will of fire. Unmo's response was to begin a series of hand signs. Their battle had now officially begun. Water style, stormy blockade. Unmo slammed his hands on the ground, causing a massive amount of water to rain down from above, creating a hole in the ceiling as it came rushing in. Hinata quickly jumped away as water began to pour into the room. The water seemed to flow in a circular pattern, making sure not to go down the hole in the center of the room. The water continued to fill the room so much that Hinata was forced to jump onto it and use her chakra to stand on top of it. Within seconds, the entire room was filled with water. Unmo lifted his hands upward, causing the water to stop raining into the room, and smirked at the kunoichi. I know how you Konoha shinobi work. You pride yourselves on your fire-style jutsu. This battlefield not only makes your fire jutsus completely useless, but it gives me the perfect environment for my techniques. He exclaimed smugly as he made the rat hand sign. Water style, droplet release. An orb of water rose from the battlefield directly in front of Unmo. He placed his hand inside the orb, causing multiple streams of water, in the shape of spears, to rush forward from the orb towards Hinata. She quickly started running, avoiding the spears. The water, however, continued to rush forward at her, and she was forced to keep dodging. Realizing this, Hinata focused on the orb of water in Unmo's hand and extended her palms towards it. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hinata compressed the air in front of her palms and released a vacuum palm that rushed through the air towards the orb of water. Upon making contact, the orb fell apart, stopping the water spears from approaching her. With the constant attacks now stopped, Hinata rushed forward towards Unmo. Want to get close and personal, huh? Unmo sneered as he made a single, snake hand sign. Water rushed upwards towards his hands and encased him, creating gloves made out of water. Then bring it. Upon reaching him, Hinata attempted to strike at him with a palm. Unmo jumped backwards, avoiding it. He then attempted to use his water-covered fist to deliver a punch to Hinata's face, but she quickly and gracefully sidestepped out of the way. Unmo continued his assault quickly, trying to punch Hinata, however she managed to dodge the attack again. Hinata, still moving gracefully around him, landed a palm strike on his left shoulder. He winced at the contact. The Hyuga heiress attempted to land another palm strike on his right shoulder, but Unmo jumped into the air and avoided the attack. He then landed hard on the water directly behind her, slamming his palms against it. Water style, water shaking pillar. Water from underneath him shot forward, creating a large pillar that completely encased his body. The water came up with so much force that Hinata was repelled backwards away from him. Unmo immediately freed himself from the water pillar and placed the palms of his hands on the water once again, just as Hinata's body made contact with the water. Water formations in the shape of hands quickly grabbed onto Hinata's arms and legs, preventing her moving. She started to struggle, but she couldn't break them. "Ha, that was quick," Unmo commented with a chuckle as he brought his hands downward, bringing them underneath the water. "Now drown." The hand-shaped water immediately dragged her underneath. She immediately began holding her breath as she continued to struggle against the water holding her down. In a few seconds, she stopped physically struggling and, instead, began concentrating chakra in the tenketsu in her arms and legs. After concentrating the chakra, she released it from her tenketsu. The chakra, in the shape of needles, quickly pierced through the water holding her back, freeing her. Now freed, Hinata quickly jumped out of the water. She then extended her palms outward, releasing another vacuum palm. The blast hit Unmo off guard, pushing him backward against the wall in the room. He groaned in pain as he coughed up a little blood. Seeing him momentarily stunned, Hinata rushed over to him, preparing to strike. "I have to make this quick. You're in my area of divination," she thought to herself. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Hinata struck Unmo with 2 palm strikes on his left shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. She then extended her palms forward to land 2 more strikes on him, but before she could, Unmo quickly slammed his foot on the ground. The Kirigakure shinobi's body was immediately submerged underneath the water. "Dang it." Hinata shook her head as she quickly began moving. Using her Byakugan, Hinata was able to track Unmo's movement in the water underneath her. She extended her palms backward, preparing to release another vacuum palm at him. Before she could use her attack, however, Unmo made a punch from underneath the water. A pillar of water was created that rushed from underneath to above the water towards Hinata. The pillar made contact with her stomach, causing her to cough up a heavy amount of blood as she was brought back against the wall of the room. The pillar of water began changing shapes, resembling a net, and proceeded to hold Hinata against the wall. With that move, Unmo resurfaced from underneath the water and quickly pulled out multiple shuriken. "I know you can apparently break free from my water's hold, so I'm just going to act quick and end this fight with no stalling." He then proceeded to toss the weapons. "So die." Seeing the weapons aimed for her head, Hinata quickly took in a deep breath, concentrating chakra in her mouth. Before opening her mouth, water-style, gunshot. Hinata released a barrage of water bullets from her mouth that made contact with the shuriken before they could reach her, deflecting them. Unmo's eyes were wide in surprise. What the dash? Having distracted him, Hinata concentrated chakra throughout her body and released it, freeing her from the net. Still having chakra concentrated in her mouth, she continued to release water bullets directly at Unmo. The first 2 attacks hit the shinobi, knocking him backwards and causing him to cough up more blood. The third bullet, however, was intercepted by him. Unmo reached forward and touched the oncoming bullet with his right hand, stopping it. He then punched it back, sending it flying backwards toward Hinata. Hinata quickly dodged, causing her water bullet to hit the wall she was pinned against. It created a massive hole in the wall. That took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting you to know water-style ninjutsu. I was really expecting you to be a fire type like most Konoha trash. Perhaps this battlefield isn't as big of a disadvantage as I thought it'd be for you. Unmo shook his head for a moment. A smug grin developed on his face. However, I can tell by the fact that you haven't used a single water-style jutsu until now that you aren't that proficient with it. Your skill with it can't hope to match mine. This'll still be the end for you, Konoha scum. Water-style, droplet release. After creating another orb of water, Unmo released another set of water spears directly at Hinata. Hinata quickly began moving, avoiding each of the attacks. She attempted to use her vacuum palm to disrupt the jutsu, but Unmo started to move as well, preventing her jutsu from making contact with the orb of water. This pattern continued for nearly a whole minute as Hinata continued to keep moving. Hinata was focused on dodging the multiple water spears heading for her, while Unmo continued to move to prevent Hinata from disrupting his jutsu. After a minute had passed, Hinata's vacuum palms finally made contact with the orb of water, destroying it and ending Unmo's jutsu. Hinata then extended her palms backwards, preparing to use the same jutsu again. Unmo, in response, punched the air as he channeled chakra. Hinata released another vacuum palm at the same time as Unmo created another pillar of water. Both jutsus collided against each, canceling out and causing water to rain over the battlefield. After her jutsu failed, Hinata began to speak. "Why do you hate Konoha so much?" "Why do I hate Konoha?" Unmo actually laughed at the question. "Are you that naive that you wouldn't understand why another village would hate yours?" "I'm not naive. I just want to know why." Hinata questioned. "You're a Hyuga, aren't you? Do you hate Kumo?" The Kirigakure shinobi asked. "No." Hinata, although hesitantly, shook her head. Realization dawned on her face though, as she began to seemingly understand what Unmo was trying to get at. "Did someone from Konoha wrong you?" "Not just someone, an institution that your village publicly backed. An institution that your village pretends doesn't exist, but still allows to live." Unmo hissed in anger. "If you even understood what Root and Shimura Danzo have done, then even you would hate Konoha just as much for letting those abominations exist." "D. Danzo?" Hinata repeated the name in confusion. While she didn't recognize what the word root meant, she did know Danzo's name. Her father had mentioned his name in passing a couple of times. A former Hokage candidate and rival to the Sandaime Hokage, Danzo was somebody most shinobi knew even if they had never personally met him. He was always a mysterious shinobi and people said he wasn't a particularly sociable or likable person, but what could this man have done that would have someone like Unmo, a shinobi not even from Konoha, to hate him so much that he would hate the entire village? "You really don't know anything about him, or your village then, do you?" Unmo shook his head at the Hyuga's confusion. His anger seemed to fade slightly, and an almost pitying look developed on his face. "You're just ignorant, then. I guess I can't hate you, kid. You're not one of the Konoha trash that should know better." The Kirigakure shinobi then started running through a series of hand signs. "You're still a Konoha shinobi, though, and you're aiding the rebels in destroying the village. You'll need to die by my hands, still." Water style, water dragon jutsu. A large portion of the water in the room came together and changed shape into a large, serpent-like dragon of water. The water moved faster than Hinata could react and slammed at her hard. She was shoved backwards, into the wall by the door to the room. The water continued to beat down on her hard constantly with no signs of stopping. The constant barrage water was also preventing her from breathing properly. It was difficult for her to move her body, but Hinata, in an attempt to stop the jutsu and save herself from dying from either the constant pressure or from drowning, brought her hands together and channeled her chakra into them. Protection of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata began releasing streams of chakra from her palms. The streams of chakra managed to pierce through the water that was pinning her to the wall. She then began to move her palms at a rapid rate in front of her, causing the streams of chakra to move forward in different directions. In a few seconds, the water dragon that had pinned her was completely destroyed and turned to plain water in the battlefield. Hinata, now free, started to breathe heavily as she was able to breathe properly again. "Hey kid, you all right over there? I could hear that from out here." Jinin called out to her from the other side of the wall. As they had agreed when they were found out by Unmo, Jinin remained outside the room and continued to fight off various Kirigakure shinobi that were closing in on their location. Hinata had remained focused on her battle with Unmo the entire time, but she would also occasionally look outside the room and notice Jinin's battle. He had been attacked by 30 different shinobi, and had killed 27 of them. He was currently fighting off the last 3 shinobi. However, there were still more coming towards him. "I'm fine. Hinata answered with a shake of her head. Are you? Never better. I'm kicking ass out here. Jinin hollered with a laugh. Jinin-san, don't lie to me. The Konoha Chunin replied. Hinata could see his condition with her Byakugan. Jinin had many open wounds on his body, and he was breathing heavily. The constant, never-ending wave of enemies was starting to get to him. Then don't lie to me either. We're both going through hell right now. Though honestly, I know the dude you are fighting, and you definitely have a harder task than me. Jinin stated, still laughing. Hinata opened her mouth to disagree. While Unmo was, indeed, stronger than the shinobi attacking Jinin, he had more numbers to face, but Jinin started to speak up before her. Just focus on killing Unmo and, when you get done, see if you have the energy to aid me taking down these guys. Just focus on yourself and worry about me later. Fine, then do you do the same. Hinata told him before turning her attention away from the wall and Jinin's battle. She turned her full attention, once again, to Unmo. Your traitorous comrade has a point. I should be the only concern you have right now. Unmo informed her. I know. Hinata replied with a sigh. She quickly got back into her gentle fist variant style. I'm going to need to take care of you though, so I can help him out. Go ahead and try. Unmo nearly snorted as their battle continued. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Shikamaru breathed out multiple fireballs that flew towards Karatoriki. The Kirigakure shinobi dodged them as he inched closer and closer to the Konoha shinobi. Karatoriki reached Shikamaru quickly and swung his axe at Shikamaru's arm. The Nara rolled out of the way in time, avoiding the attack. He then tossed a kunai with an explosive tag attached to the ground by Karatoriki's feet and ignited it quickly. The executioner jumped backwards, avoiding the blast. The explosion created dust that filled the area. Ninja Art, Shadow Possession Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow extended forward. It traveled underneath the dust clouds on its path towards Karatoriki. The executioner looked for the shadow, but he was unable to see it. The dust was concealing the shadow from him. Realizing this, Karatoriki took in a deep breath before exhaling, creating a gust of wind that blew the dust away from the battlefield. With the dust gone, he was now able to see the shadow approaching him, dangerously close to his position. The Kirigakure shinobi proceeded to jump away, avoiding getting caught. He proceeded to take another deep breath before releasing blades of wind from his mouth towards Shikamaru. Seeing the oncoming attack, Shikamaru proceeded to call his shadow back to his side. He made another series of hand signs, causing the shadows around him to form a defensive barrier that protected him from the blades of wind. Karatoriki, however, continued to use his jutsu, causing the wind to consistently hit the same location on the shadowy barrier. After a few seconds, a crack started to develop in the barrier, causing Karatoriki to focus harder on his jutsu in order to smash the barrier. Shit dash. Shikamaru's barrier eventually was destroyed, leaving him wide open. The blades of wind made contact with his body, causing him to shout as he started to bleed further. Resisting the pain, Shikamaru ran through a series of hand signs. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. The Konoha Chunin breathed out another massive fireball in the shape of a dragon's head. The fireball moved forward, blocking the blades of the wind. As it moved forward, the wind seemed to amplify its power, causing it to grow larger in size and move faster. After a few seconds, Karatoriki stopped using his jutsu as the fireball moved dangerously close to him. He jumped away in time to avoid most of the attack, but the fireball managed to graze his right arm slightly, causing it to slightly ignite in flames. His eyes narrowed as he resisted the urge to shout. Instead, he quickly took a deep breath in before exhaling, creating a gust of wind powerful enough to extinguish the fire on his arm. Shikamaru took advantage of Karatoriki's distraction and pulled out more kunai with explosive tags. He began tossing them over in his direction. Karatoriki, after getting the fire put out on his arm, had barely enough time to react. He jumped away just in time to avoid the blast. He then proceeded to move quickly to avoid the other explosions from Shikamaru's explosive tags. Each explosion created holes on the streets of their battlefield. With the battlefield now filled with holes, Shikamaru changed tactics and made a singular hand sign, causing his shadow to extend forward into the holes he had created. It then charged towards Karatoriki's body, moving faster thanks to the shadows from the hole. Karatoriki managed to jump away, however. As he kept moving away from the incoming shadow, he proceeded to toss his axe directly at Shikamaru's body. Shikamaru proceeded to duck, avoiding the axe. He then returned his concentration on trying to trap Karatoriki. Karatoriki still kept moving, avoiding Shikamaru's shadow. He was now, however, moving noticeably slower. Shikamaru realized he was getting closer to capturing him. Shikamaru, however, remained focused on the Kirigakure shinobi's face. Karatoriki didn't seem anxious about his declining speed. Instead, he had an almost smug grin on his face. What's he planning? Shikamaru's eyes were narrowed in suspicion. Shikamaru's eyes, for a moment, focused in on Karatoriki's hands. He noticed the man making a pulling gesture with his right hand. The Konoha Chunin's face twisted into surprise. He then jumped out of the way, just in time to avoid an axe to his back. Karatoriki's axe flew back to its owner's hand. The Kirigakure shinobi's smug grin faded, and he looked disappointed. I made sure the wind I was using to pull my axe backward was silent. Must have tipped you off facially or something. Damn it. Karatoriki grumbled to himself. Something like that. Shikamaru replied as he began planning his next method of attack. Was close to killing you there. The executioner. Screw being close, I'll just kill you upright now. He then proceeded to make the ram hand sign and take in another deep breath. Wind style, divine wind. Karatoriki released another massive gust of wind. This gust of wind, however, quickly split into multiple gusts of wind that developed into 4 small tornadoes. The tornadoes began to move directly towards Shikamaru. The Konoha Chunin's eyes were wide in surprise at the sight of the tornadoes, but he quickly jumped out of the way just in time to avoid the first oncoming tornado. It then quickly turned back around, heading back towards him. He jumped out of the way again, but he was now in the path of the second one. It proceeded to cut into him deeply in his left arm, shoulder, and side before pushing him backwards. He fell to the ground, blood pouring from his wounds. Devastating, isn't it? Karatoriki questioned smugly as he made the tiger hand sign. Well, let's make it a little more interesting, shall we? Fire style, running fire. Karatoriki proceeded to breathe out a stream of flame that quickly surrounded Shikamaru's position. It formed a ring of fire, trapping him on the inside. Karatoriki then made a gesture with his hands, causing the tornadoes to move directly into the fire. The 4 tornadoes were instantly ignited, causing them to become vortexes of moving, spinning flames. F-fuck. Shikamaru cursed. He was now surrounded by 4 large fire tornadoes with no way of getting out. The tornadoes began to inch slowly closer to him. As they began to grow closer, Shikamaru's face was starting to sweat heavily. Burn. Burn to the ground. Karatoriki shouted as he watched the fire tornadoes move closer. I don't think I have any jutsus to get me out of here, but there's no way I'll survive getting hit by these things. I'm going to either burn or melt to death. Shikamaru rubbed sweat off his face as he looked back and forth between the approaching tornadoes. There's gotta be some way to stop them. Stop them from reaching me, maybe? His eyes wandered to the ground. He noticed that, while the tornadoes were getting dangerously close to burning him, there was still just enough space on the ground between himself and the tornadoes for a jutsu. He immediately started doing hand signs. That's it. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. Using his chakra, Shikamaru began to change the ground around him into deep, thick swamp. Using his chakra, he extended the swamp back as far as he could, underneath the fire tornadoes. The approaching tornadoes were unable to continue moving forward, they were stuck and unable to reach him. Ha! Karatoriki blinked in confusion at the sight of his flame tornadoes stuck in swampland. A scowl developed on his face as he pushed forward with his hands. Move. Move. Despite his efforts, Karatoriki's flame tornadoes were not budging. They were stuck too deeply in the swamp Shikamaru had created. The Kirigakure executioner grit his teeth at the sight. Fine. If my flames can't burn him, then I'll just cut into him the old-fashioned way. Karatoriki grumbled to himself as he tightened his grip on his axe. Thanks to my jutsu, I know he's still stuck in the middle of those flames. He's unable to move, meaning he's an easy target. Karatoriki proceeded to charge forward towards the fire tornadoes. As he close to them, he made a hand sign, dispelling them and revealing Shikamaru at the center. Karatoriki jumped into the air, over the swampland Shikamaru, and swung his axe quickly before he could react. Shikamaru was unable to move fully out of the way in time, getting hit by the axe on his right arm. It was not a deep enough cut to cut off the arm, but the wound is incredibly deep and caused blood to flow freely out of his body. He screamed in the pain. Heh! Karatoriki grinned as he pulled the axe out of Shikamaru's arm, causing more blood to pour out. He then prepared to swing his axe again, this time aiming for Shikamaru's neck. Die. Despite the pain, Shikamaru managed to quickly bring his hands together, Shadow Possession Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow extended past his body towards Karatoriki. Due to how close the two shinobi were to each other, the Kirigakure shinobi was unable to get away in time, he was quickly caught in Shikamaru's shadow. His body was now locked. Damn it! Shikamaru ignored Karatoriki's cursing as he made another series of hand signs. More shadows from the area rushed over towards Karatoriki's body, encasing the shinobi. Within seconds, the executioner's body was entirely covered in shadows. The only thing uncovered was the man's head. After feeling satisfied with the amount of shadows, Shikamaru took a step slightly backwards, separating himself from the shadow connecting him to Karatoriki. Despite severing the connection, Karatoriki was unable to move. Gore. Move, damn it! He ordered his body as he tried to pull himself away from the shadows. Save yourself the trouble. Shikamaru informed him as he started to walk towards the man slowly. You've used probably way too much chakra and energy already to pull yourself away. Karatoriki opened his mouth to growl in response, but he stopped himself as he took the moment to look at Shikamaru's body. The Konoha Chunin was incredibly bloody with deep, open cuts all over his arms, shoulders, and left side. He was panting heavily and looked as if he was going to pass out at any moment. This caused Karatoriki to grin. You don't look good either, you know. And while you look bad physically, I assume you're even worse chakra-wise. He commented smugly. Whatever control you have over these chakras is going to fade soon, and when it does, I'll kill you. I'm not using much chakra to hold you. Not much as I could be, at least. Shikamaru replied dismissively. Why do you think once the battle turned to a one-on-one fight between us I started throwing so many explosive tags and making so many holes in the ground? I wanted to make as many shadows as I possibly could to give me and more shadows I could use. The more shadows I can use, the less strain on my chakra network. The Konoha shinobi then proceeded to pull out multiple explosive tags. I have just enough chakra in my system to hold you down long enough for me to finish you. Karatoriki's eyes widened in realization and fright as Shikamaru began to place explosive tags all over his shadow-encased body, including on his head. After a few seconds, there were 20 separate tags placed on the executioner. Once they were all placed, Shikamaru jumped backwards a good distance. No. Karatoriki mumbled to himself. I suppose this is fitting. Shikamaru mumbled as he raised his index finger, preparing to activate the explosive tags. You're going to die the same way you killed those hostages back in Chishio. You still keep going back to that. The executioner's eyes narrowed. The fear that had been momentarily in them was now replaced with anger. You holier-than-thou little shit. You think you're better than me, don't you? More moral than me? Well, guess what, scum, you're the same as me. How? How so? Shikamaru shouted in response. I didn't kill innocent lives just based on prejudice. But isn't that what you rebels are doing? You're killing Kirigakure citizens right now. And some, you must realize, aren't prejudiced like you think of me and are innocent of any blood. They're just going to be casualties of war, but you won't care. None of you rebels will care. Karatariki shouted. His lips began to twist into a maniacal grin. However, that's not how you and I are alike. No, our similarities in much darker ways. Shikamaru remained still for a moment. He was prepared to ignite the seals and kill the executioner, but something was stopping him. For some reason, he felt himself waiting to hear what Karatariki had to say. Bloodline freaks attacked my village and killed all the friends and family I had when I was growing up. I swore revenge on them. And I made sure I got revenge. I became a Kirigakure shinobi and became the famous executioner I was. Karatariki's voice became more and more manic with every word. His grin somehow proceeded to grow wider. I got my revenge on those freaks with every execution I did. And you swore revenge because I killed some bloodline hostages, and here you are, getting your revenge. Karatariki opened his mouth and started to openly laugh. You followed the path of revenge that I took. You're no better than me. You are the same as me. And just like me, you are going to keep following this path until you die. His laughter continued to grow louder and louder. Shikamaru felt a chill go down his spines. He had to get the voice to stop, he had to shut Karatariki up, forever. He instantly activated the explosive tags. All 20 tags started to light up. You're my legacy to this world. Karatariki continued to laugh as he watched the explosive tags light up. The executioner's laughter was finally stopped as multiple explosions occurred on his body. Dust clouds filled the air. By the time the dust faded, there was no visible sign of Karatariki's body. He was gone from this world, as if he had never been there. You followed the path of revenge that I took. You're no better than me. You're my legacy to this world. Karatariki's voice and laughter repeated over and over in Shikamaru's mind. The Konoha Chunin grabbed his head and his ears in an attempt to silence the voice that wouldn't seemingly escape. Despite his efforts, he couldn't silence it. I'm not. I was just stopping him from doing that to others. I'm not the same. He told himself. But you enjoyed it, didn't you? You enjoyed killing me. He could imagine the executioner laughing. You are the same. We are the same. Shikamaru fell to his knees before falling to the ground. He glanced up slightly and saw Shinobi approaching him. He knew he recognized them. Was it Haku? Kiri? He couldn't really tell. Shikamaru knew they were shouting at him, but the only thing he could hear at the moment was Karatariki's demented laughing in his mind. It was to this noise that Shikamaru finally succumbed to his physical wounds and chakra exhaustion and fell into unconsciousness. Water style, raging rapids. After making 3 hand signs, Unmo quickly raised his hand upward, causing the water underneath Hinata's feet to start to swirl around. Hinata quickly moved away as a powerful vortex of water shot upward. Seeing his attack miss, Unmo clapped his hands together, causing the vortex of water to break apart into multiple pillars of water. The pillars proceeded to rush Hinata. The Hyuga proceeded to move around gracefully in her place, avoiding each attack. As she dodged the oncoming blasts of water, she proceeded to channel chakra in her mouth. She then turned to face the Kirigakure shinobi and spat out a barrage of water bullets at him. The man sidestepped to avoid the attack, but in the process, cancelled his jutsu, causing the water pillars he created to disappear. With his jutsu cancelled, Hinata proceeded to charge forward towards her opponent. She began to concentrate her chakra into her hand. Unmo, watching her approach him, proceeded to make a series of hand signs before unleashing a barrage of water bullets that moved faster than the ones Hinata had created. The Hyuga, however, proceeded to jump out of the way of the oncoming attacks. After dodging all of the water bullets, she extended her palm towards Unmo, concentrating her chakra and releasing it. She created a stream of chakra that was released and rushed towards the man. Unmo proceeded to jump away, but the chakra stream moved fast and sliced into his side, causing him to bleed slightly. He closed his eyes in pain for a moment as he landed on the water behind Hinata. He then made a series of hand signs. Water style, torrential burial. Unmo slammed his foot hard against the water, causing the water around Hinata's body to rise up in the form of massive tidal waves. The water then quickly moved into slam into her. Hinata, however, got into a defensive position. Protection of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Quickly, Hinata proceeded to release multiple streams of chakra around her entire body. She rotated, allowing the chakra streams to completely surround her. The streams of chakra created a protective barrier around her, shielding her from the oncoming waves while also cutting into them. Unmo, seeing his jutsu fail to hit her, changed his tactics and switched to another jutsu, water style, raging rapids. The water underneath Hinata's feet proceeded to rush upwards, creating a giant, spinning vortex. She was unable to move away or direct her chakra streams to the water below her, causing her to take the full force of the fact. The vortex slammed her against the ceiling of the room, holding her place as more and more water slammed against her. A few seconds passed before Unmo, with a flick of his hand, cancelled his jutsu. Hinata's body quickly fell down. Her body managed to sink into the water. Now drown this time, Unmo declared as he clapped his hands together. Water shaped like hands proceeded to rush over to Hinata's body, under the water in the room and grab onto her. They proceeded to pull her down further and held her against the floor of the room, preventing her from getting up. Hinata winced from the force of the hands, and could feel herself struggling to breathe. A few seconds passed before she quickly channeled chakra into the various tenketsu her body, and released it, creating more chakra streams that destroyed the water holding her down. She quickly jumped out of the water and landed by the door to the room. Upon resurfacing, the Hyuga proceeded to breathe heavily. That was close, she mumbled to herself. Unmo opened his mouth to respond to her comment, but he was silenced at the sound of another man. Ga. Ga. Hinata's eyes widened at the sound of the voice, and she gasped. Using her Byakugan, she momentarily looked at the battle outside of the room. Jinan had apparently been stabbed in the back by a Kirigakure shinobi. The member of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure fell to the ground. Jinan-san. Hinata shouted his name. Jinan struggled to move. It seemed like he was unable to pull himself off the ground. Nevertheless, he found the strength inside of him to lift his sword, Kabutawari, up into the air and slam the hammer portion of the sword onto the ground, creating a shockwave that shoved the shinobi that had managed to injure him backwards into the hallway wall. With the shinobi no longer on his back, Jinan proceeded to slowly get himself off the floor. Hinata could see with her Byakugan approaching allies. She recognized Kakashi and a squadron of the rebels getting closer. Jinan-san, hold off for just a little longer. Please. Reinforcements are coming, she shouted to him. Oh. Unmo frowned as he proceeded to make a series of hand signs. Guess I ought to finish you off now then. Hinata turned her attention back to Unmo and frowned. Jinan was struggling outside of the room. She needed to end the battle now in order to be of any help to him. She needed to defeat Unmo now. It's risky, but I need to do something. I think I can kill him with it. I just need to overwhelm him, she told herself as she began making hand signs. Jinin-san, I'm going to use the jutsu you gave me. I'm going to use one of the single strongest water jutsus out there. Both Unmo and Hinata raced through their hand signs as quickly as they could. They were channeling heavy amounts of chakra as they rushed through them. Water began to slowly rise behind both shinobi and began to change shape. They then proceeded to finish their hand signs at the same time. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Water style, Giant Vortex Jutsu. The water around Unmo quickly rose up and changed shape to resemble another giant, serpent-like dragon. The water around Hinata, on the other hand, simply rose above her, swirling in a circle in the form of a massive ball. Both jutsus managed to drain the room of all of the water in it. How does she know that jutsu? She's from Konoha. How would she know a water-style jutsu of that strength? How would she be able to produce it? Unmo nearly choked at the sight of Hinata's technique. He then quickly shook his head. No, whatever. Her jutsu may be stronger than mine, but I'm a better practitioner of the water element. My technique should surpass hers. Focus, Hinata. Put all of your chakra into this. Put all of your strength. Keep holding on to it. Do what Jinin-san and Jiraiya-sama said. Put all of your strength into this jutsu and send it flying at him. Hinata mentally told herself, eyes narrowed in determination. Instantly, both shinobi released their jutsus. Unmo's water dragon rushed forward towards Hinata, while Hinata's massive ball of water quickly streamed forward in one massive cascade. The two jutsus collided against each other. The two jutsus, for a moment, remained in deadlock. Both shinobi tightened their control on their techniques and attempted to have theirs overwhelm the other. After a few seconds of trying, Hinata's cascade of water was magnified, streaming forward like a waterfall. Her jutsu was now starting to move forward, pushing past against the water dragon. No way. Unmo's eyes widened in fright as he saw his jutsu being overpowered. A Konoha shinobi is going to overpower me? With water style? Within moments of that realization, Hinata's giant vortex completely overwhelmed the water dragon. Its water was mixed in with Hinata's jutsu, giving it more power. The massive cascade of water quickly rushed into Unmo's body, before he could move, completely crushing him. The water slammed him against the wall and broke through it. The blast continued to keep moving, slamming him through wall of more and more rooms. Eventually, the jutsu reached a wall it couldn't smack through and slammed him against it. The force of the collision against the wall, however, managed to crack Unmo's skull. When the water started to fade and the jutsu came to its end, Unmo's body fell to the ground, unmoving. I can see him. He's not moving. He's deaf. Hinata told herself. Immediately after, she nearly fell to the ground. My body. The jutsu had taken a lot out of her body. Hinata felt herself completely spent, both physically and from a chakra standpoint. Despite this realization, she proceeded to walk slowly towards the door to the room and exit in some attempt to help out Jinin and her comrades. As she had shouted to Jinin, their squad mates had arrived. Various rebels of Kirigakure, led by Kakashi, were engaging the loyal Kirigakure shinobi that Unmo had called forth. Jinin lay on the floor, right next to the door to the room Hinata was in, with a medical shinobi attending him. Hinata quickly rushed to his side. Jinin-san. She shouted his name as she assessed his condition. Her eyes were wide in fright. While she could see his condition with her Byakugan, she was also distracted by Unmo. Seeing him now, however, showed her that he was in much worse condition. So much blood was pouring out from various wounds all over his body. The medic attending seemed to be conflicted about where he should be treating. kid. I heard you use the Jaijutsu I taught ya. Jinan mumbled with a hard chuckle. His chuckling stopped, however, as he started to cough up blood. Jinan-san, please, don't stress yourself out. You'll be okay. Hinata told him frantically. She reached down to him and gripped his shoulder slightly, as if she was somehow helping him. You showed that Unmo bastard, heh? Jinan ignored Hinata's advice and continued to chuckle. Why Yuri something special, kid? His eyes slowly started to close. Hinata's eyes widened further and tears started to flow from them. Please, Jinan-san, don't close your eyes yet. Why you can make it through this? She begged him. And nah, kid. I'm an old guy who like to fight. This was always going to be fate. But boy did I take down a number of bastards with me. He replied softly. His eyes opened ever so slightly as he took one more look at Hinata. Why you and that blonde kid you were with, why you reminded me of me and my girl B back in the day. B blonde? Hinata sniffled slightly. She knew he was referring to Naruto, but she tried to recall when Jinan would have met him. You two better live longer than we do. Jinan requested as his eyes started to close again. Enjoy love. Enjoy life. Hinata, while you can. With those words, Jinan's eyes closed for good as his body began to slouch forward further and his breathing stopped. Hinata's tears seemed to grow exponentially as she held her head down in shame. Jinan-san. She mumbled his name. She had managed to defeat Unmo and her squad appeared to be completing their mission. Everything was going according to plan. But at what cost? Well, I was wondering when you three would arrive. I was expecting this for a while now. Yagura told them in an almost cheerful fashion. Why you expected us? Naruto's eyes widened at the statement. Hello QB Jinchuriki. He responded, ignoring his question. His eyes then moved to Utakata. Hello Rokubi Jinchuriki. He then turned his attention to Mei. His eyes narrowed slightly. And hello to you too, Mei-chan. It's been a while, huh? The smile on his face began to appear more malicious. Are you three prepared to die? Prepared to die? Naruto repeated Yagura's words as a skull developed on his face. Yagura-kun, do you really intend on killing me? After all we've been through? Mei asked the Mizukage, a frown on her face. Yagura's eyes remained focused on Mei. The malicious smile on his face dropped and a frown took its place. He proceeded to cross his arms over his chest. Is that not what you are here to do to me, though? Aren't you three here to kill me? Yagura questioned. We aren't here to kill you. Mei answered with a frown. Then why are you here? He asked back, his eyes narrowing. To free Kirigakure. She answered simply. So, I was right, you are here to kill me. The Mizukage chuckled slightly. Despite his laugh, the frown on his face seemingly deepened. I thought we had a close enough relationship where you wouldn't lie to me like that, Mei-chan. Yagura, what happened to you? Utakata spoke up, drawing the attention of the Mizukage to him. I know about your life story, Yagura. I know about how you fought to obtain the title of Mizukage to make Kirigakure a better place. You wanted to overthrow the Sandai Mizukage that led us into the Third Shinobi World War. You wanted to make a village and country where there was no hate. What happened to you? Yagura gave no verbal reply. The gray-haired man walked forward. Mei, Utakata, and Naruto tensed and got into a combative stance, prepared to strike if necessary. Yagura, however, simply walked past them. He continued to walk forward towards the cemetery. Mei, Utakata, and Naruto followed behind, still prepared to engage him at any moment. Yagura didn't seem to notice, he simply continued to walk until he reached a plain grave. A small, red tablet marked on it said Sandaime Mizukage, revealing the occupant of the grave. You know, this is a cemetery for the loyal shinobi. Most Kirigakure shinobi don't consider the Sandaime a loyal Kirigakure shinobi, they see him as a madman who led our village to ruin during the war. Yagura started to talk in a nostalgic tone of voice. A small smile developed on his face. I was advised him to bury him somewhere else, if bury him at all, but I put him here with a plain grave, without a proper tombstone. I wanted him to feel minuscule in the afterlife, surrounded by the great heroes of Kirigakure. And I wanted to come out of my house, at any given moment, and look at this grave and see that this man was dead. Yagura turned his head back to face Mei and the Jinchuriki, now grinning at them. What happened to me? I succeeded. I overthrew the Sandaime Mizukage, and I'm now on the path to making Kirigakure into what it should be. It's a better place. It's close to being without hate. The grin disappeared instantly and a scowl took its place as he smacked his hands together. The only thing standing in my way is you, Mei-chan, and the fucking rebel scum that have been plaguing Mizu no Kuni for years. Fucking? Mei repeated the word with a frown. Yagura-kun, you've picked up a nasty rhetoric. I always thought you were too proper to swear. And I thought you wouldn't turn your back on the village. Yagura's scowl deepened as he spat out his words. She's not turning on the village, Yagura. Naruto stated, drawing attention to him. She's fighting to actually bring peace. She's fighting to save everyone. What do you know about peace? The Sandaime Mizukage questioned, eyes now focused on the blonde. Something about the way Yagura was staring at Naruto should unnerve him, but it did not. Naruto, instead, looked at him with unshakable confidence present in eyes. Enough to know that war needs to stop, that hate needs to stop. Mei is fighting to end the hate in this village and this country. The QB Jinchuriki answered. He then crossed his arms over his chest. She told me of a theory, you know? That you are being controlled. That there's some guy that's messing with your mind. This guy wouldn't happen to be the Sanbai, would it? Because I'll assure you, I'm in complete control of him. Yagura's skull turned back into a malicious grin. That's not who she is talking about, she's referring to a man with the Sharingan. A man who I believe may have killed my parents. Naruto answered, stunning both Mei and Utakata. It's not a theory, it's true. The QB growled within Naruto's mind. Being this close to the Isabu's Jinchuriki, I can feel the taint of Uchiha Madara reeking from him. That filthy Uchiha has his dirty little hands all over the Jinchuriki. And you know what? The QB can sense that man's presence too. Naruto spoke aloud, vocalizing the fox's words. You and I, Yagura, are the same. We are both Jinchuriki who were affected by the same man. Naruto proceeded to extend his right fist forward, pointing it at Yagura. So I'm going to help set you free from his control. You'll be a marvelous shinobi, Naruto-san. Mei smiled after Naruto finished talking. Naruto. Utakata mumbled the blonde's name to himself. Yagura remained still for a moment, as if processing Naruto's words. A few seconds passed by before he started to laugh. Naruto, along with Mei and Utakata, stiffened. They each prepared for combat. What an inspiring speech. You have some charisma, QB Jinchuriki. You nearly convinced me that I was possessed or something. Yagura stated as he reached for his staff. However, I know better. I am the same person I've always been. I am Yagura, the Sanbai Jinchuriki and Sandaime Mizukage. And, in the name of Kirigakure, I will strike the three of you down. Chapter 50, Yagura, the Sandaime Mizukage. What an inspiring speech. You have some charisma, QB Jinchuriki. You nearly convinced me that I was possessed or something. Yagura stated as he reached for his staff. However, I know better. I am the same person I've always been. I am Yagura, the Sanbai Jinchuriki and Yonde Mizukage. And, in the name of Kirigakure, I will strike the three of you down. Upon grabbing his staff, Yagura proceeded to swing it forward in front of him at the air, water style, water dragon jutsu. The water in the air around him began to change shape, resembling a giant, serpent-like dragon made of water. With another swing of his axe, Yagura directed the giant water dragon forward, directly at his opponents. Mei, however, responded with her own jutsu. Water style, water formation pillar. Mei expelled water in the form of a dense, curved torrent that surrounded her, Naruto, and Utakata. The torrent created a barrier that prevented the water dragon from colliding against with any of them. Naruto-san, you and I should be using our Biju for this fight, Utakata stated sharply as he made a hand sign. In an instant, a red chakra cloak began to surround Utakata's body. Six tails of chakra developed from the cloak. His eyes narrowed and picked up a reddish color, and his skin started to appear slimy. Whoa! Utakata can use all 6 tails of chakra from the Rokubi? He can use all of its power? Naruto questioned in surprise. He's only in the version 1 form, so I doubt he can use of all of Saiken's power. The QB commented. Version 1? Saiken? Naruto shook his head as he started to make a hand sign and close his eyes. Whatever, QB, I'm going to use as much of your chakra as I can handle. I should be able to use 4 tails now, right? You used 3 against the damn Uzumaki at the temple, and you've grown stronger since then, so you should be at a point where you can use 4. However, I reserve the right to send you more chakra if I think your life is on the line. I'm not letting my container die to the Sanbai's Jinchuriki. The QB replied. Naruto's body was surrounded by the same red chakra cloak that surrounded Utakata's body. His physical features changed as well. His eyes became red in color and narrowed, his whisker marks became more pronounced, and his fingernails developed into claws. 4 tails of chakra developed around the blonde. As Naruto and Utakata finished channeling their Biju's chakra, Mei cancelled her jutsu. The water barricade that had surrounded them fell to the ground, causing water to drench the soil of the cemetery. With the water no longer surrounding them, Yagura was able to give a hard look at his opponents. A small look of amusement crossed his lips as he noticed the chakra cloaks surrounding Utakata and Naruto. Is that all of the chakra you two can channel? You both can't even enter version 2 without losing control of your Biju, can you? Yagura questioned, almost in a taunting fashion, as he raised his staff upwards. He then quickly slammed the end of the staff with the shorter hook into the ground. Coral ripples rising. A series of coral spikes began to rise from underneath the earth. They rushed forth from the ground in a row directly towards Mei, Utakata, and Naruto. The 3 shinobi jumped out of the way before the coral could reach them. Yagura pulled his staff out of the earth, causing the coral to explode, launching various coral spikes to shoot outwards. Don't let any of those hit you, Mei shouted at the Jinchuriki. She, Naruto, and Utakata proceeded to jump around, dodging the various coral spikes that flew towards them. One coral spike, however, managed to make contact with Naruto's leg, piercing it. He winced, resisting the urge to shout in pain. He reached over to pull the coral out of his leg, but he stopped as he noticed the coral starting to grow in size, spreading further up his leg. What the dash, Naruto mumbled as he tried to move his leg. The coral was making it harder to move it, and, at the pace it was growing, it seemed as if it was going to make him unable to move at all. Damn it, Naruto! Mei hissed as she rushed to his side. The leader of the Kirigakure rebels proceeded to spit out a lava-like acid from her mouth directly onto the coral. The coral melted, freeing Naruto's leg from its grasp, and allowing him to move his leg freely. Mei opened her mouth to say something to Naruto, but she stopped herself as she turned her body just as Yagura was rushing her, gripping his staff tightly. She sidestepped, avoiding a swing of his staff. Mei then opened her mouth, releasing a thick cloud of mist from her lips. Yagura responded by spitting out a bullet of water from his mouth, intercepting the mist before it could hit him. He then quickly slammed his right hand on the ground. Both Naruto and Mei jumped away just as coral rose from the ground underneath their feet. Yagura turned his head towards Naruto and Mei, watching their movements. Water style, bubbles technique. Yagura turned his head towards Utakata just in time to see the Rokubi Jinchuriki release a barrage of bubbles from his pipe towards him. The bubbles quickly made contact with the Sanbai Jinchuriki's body, causing them to light up and explode. Immediately after Yagura was struck, the coral proceeded to fall apart before dissipating. Utakata, not waiting for the dust clouds to scatter, took in a deep breath. Acid scattering. Utakata breathed out a massive burst of liquid corrosive acid towards the dust clouds and Yagura's original position. The dust clouds scattered instantly, revealing Yagura, seemingly unharmed and gripping onto his staff tightly. Water style, water mirror jutsu. A circular pool of water developed directly in front of Yagura's body. The water made a perfect reflection of Utakata's corrosive acid, causing the reflection to emerge from the mirror and launching a stream of acid at Utakata. The two acids collided against each other, cancelling each other out. Utakata's acid proceeded to fade away, while Yagura's acid reflection dispersed into water. So that's the famous water mirror technique you are known for. Utakata noted, his eyes glancing momentarily at the water that had created a perfect copy of his jutsu. That it is. Yagura replied with a chuckle. He lightened his grip on his staff as he looked at Utakata with a small smile on his lips. Utakata-san, correct? May I ask you a question? Utakata's response was to bring his pipe to his lips and blow another series of bubbles directly towards Yagura. Both Naruto and Mei joined in, releasing a major gust of wind and a thick cloud of mist respectively. I'll take that as no. Yagura shook his head in frustration. Seeing the three jutsus approaching, Yagura bent down slightly before jumping high into the air, avoiding the three different attacks. The Mizukage continued to float in the air momentarily above his opponents before he began a rapid descent downwards towards Utakata. As he continued to fall, chakra, shaped in the form of a turtle shell, surrounded his body. Leaping bullet shell tower. Utakata jumped away just in time as Yagura's body made contact with the earth, creating a massive crater in the ground and forcing dirt and stone upwards at a rapid rate. Nearby tombstones were shattered, causing chunks to scatter as well. The various dirt-stone mixtures collided with Utakata as he tried to get away, momentarily stunning him. Yagura took this moment to rush towards the Rokubi Jinchuriki and grab his body, preventing him from moving. Utakata-san. Mei shouted. Are you sure you don't want to talk to me? Yagura questioned as he tightened his grip on Utakata, causing him to choke. Utakata, however, did not verbally respond to Yagura's question, causing him to sigh. Oh well. I was just going to ask why you would want to side with Mei over me, a fellow Jinchuriki. I thought you and I would understand each other. I don't understand why you chose to side against me, but I don't really care anymore. You clearly made your bed. Yagura proceeded to loosen the grip on Utakata ever so slightly as he reached for his staff. Now, lay in it. Leech gap. An alkaline liquid began oozing from Utakata's skin. The liquid made contact with Yagura's hands, causing them to burn. The Mizukage hissed as he let go of his grip on Utakata and jumped away. He took a moment to look at his hands and arms and noticed burns that pierced his clothes. The burns were deep and causing him incredible pain. He then turned his head back to Utakata. The black-haired man's body was still oozing the alkaline liquid, but the liquid was slowly starting to fade away. Interesting jutsu, you clever slug. Yagura hissed his praise. Thank you. Utakata replied with a smug smile. By the way, to answer your questions and help you understand, your regime in Kiri is precisely why I became a missing ninja. I may have had grievances with humans and the leadership after the experience with my former sensei, but I still had some faith in a government with a Jinchuriki in power. You destroyed that faith, Yagura. How? I haven't done anything wrong. Stop believing that rebel propaganda. The Yandere Mizukage demanded. You've been against people with Kekkei Genkai with the same hate that people have against us Jinchuriki. I'd actually say you approach them with more hate, since you have actually advocated for genocide. Utakata answered angrily. As a Jinchuriki, you should never go against somebody based off something they were born with. You of all people should know better. A bitter chuckle left his lips. I suppose if you really don't understand that thought, then Mei-san and Naruto-kun must be right. You must be under someone's control that is making you this way. You believe that too? Yagura rolled his eyes. Just look around you, Yagura-kun. Look at the cemetery. Mei called out. Yagura did as she asked and gazed around at the cemetery around them. He noticed many of the graves were now ruined, torn apart by his last jutsu. The Yagura I knew wouldn't have used a jutsu like that in a place like this, regardless of any battle he had here. He would have been respectful in fear of damaging the graves. Hell, you probably would have tried to force the fight away from here in the first place. Mei shouted. Mei, shut up. Yagura hissed, dropping the honorific. I don't know who you think I am, but you clearly need to get over the past. I'm obviously not who you think I am, just like you aren't the loyal shinobi I thought you were. You're a traitor and the punishment for treason is death. Yagura quickly brought his hands together and started channeling his chakra. His eyes started to change color, morphing into a pure red. A crater began to develop underneath his feet, as more and more chakra began to surround the Mizukage. You all deserve death. And I'm going to come at you all with every bit of strength I have. He declared. Dark red, almost black, chakra began to completely encase Yagura's body. He started to slouch over slightly as his back began to almost harden, producing a shell of chakra around it. Spikes developed on the shell and Yagura's limbs. His fingernails developed into claws and his facial features became more pronounced. The Mizukage promptly grinned, revealing his teeth that were now more akin to fangs. 3 tails of dark red chakra developed and began swaying behind him. Okay, kid, you wanted to know more about versions of Jinchuriki forms? Well, that's version 2. The Kyuubi snarled within Naruto's mind. In that state, he's using all of Isabu's chakra without actually releasing him. His speed, strength, and power is going to completely outclass what he demonstrated a moment ago. The fox proceeded to shake his head. In a state like that, he should be at the whim of the Biju inside of him, but if the rumors are true, then this Yagura should still retain full control. Damn. Naruto mumbled to himself. He just skipped the first version and went straight to using version 2. And he wasn't even forced into this position. He's doing it strictly to kill us. Utakata shook his head at the sight of the transformed Jinchuriki in front of him. Yagura-kun. Mei frowned at the sight of Yagura. A memory began to develop in Mei's mind. Ah. After a few moments, the red-black chakra that had surrounded Yagura's body began to fade. The teenager fell to his knees as his physical features began to change shape, turning back to their former, more human appearances. Yagura-kun. Mei quickly rushed over to her teammate to help him up. She grabbed Yagura's hand and helped him up. The gray-haired boy shook his head slightly, as if adjusting to his surroundings. He was breathing and sweating heavily, but had a triumphant look on his face. Well, how was your mind? Mei questioned. Gee, great. Yagura replied between his breaths. It took him a few more seconds to calm down before he could speak properly. He promptly started speaking again as his face morphed into a happy smile. I was aware and in control during the transformation. The auburn-haired girl smiled brightly as she quickly brought Yagura closer to her, enveloping him in a hug. In the process, she forced his face into her developing chest, instantly creating a bright red blush on his cheeks. Your training has paid off, Yagura-kun. Great job. She told him cheerfully. Thanks, MH-on. Yagura stammered in response. May looked downward, wondering why Yagura was acting so shy. Seeing his face directly on her chest caused a playful smirk to develop on her face. She pushed him away slightly. Did you like that, Yagura-kun? She asked flirtatiously. I've been told they're developing quite nicely for a 14-year-old. Some say they're going to be huge in a couple of years. I have nothing to contribute to this discussion. The Sanbai Jinchuriki managed to say. His reaction caused Mei to giggle. I'm just saying. It's important that at least one of us is physically developing, little turtle. She said, still giggling, as she pat Yagura's head. Yagura's blush vanished and a skull developed on his face. Hey, it's not my fault that I'm short. I just haven't hit my growth spurt yet. He exclaimed, crossing his arms over his chest. Just you wait. By the time I become Mizukage, I'm going to be a giant, and I will totally tower of everybody. That'll be the day, little turtle. Mei continued to giggle, much to Yagura's chagrin. Once Mei's laughter stopped, the two remained quiet. They lay down on the ground, looking upwards to the sky and watching the clouds together. A minute passed by before Mei turned her head towards the boy next to her. Yagura-kun? She questioned. Yes, Mei-chan? He turned his head towards her. I was being serious, you did a great job. You are really getting better control of the Sanbai. And, if you keep it up, you'll be able to use all of its chakra and still stay in complete control. Mei informed him, smiling. I don't think I could do that if I was the one with the Sanbai inside me. You're really cool, Yagura-kun. Tears threatened to fall down Yagura's face after Mei's praise. He quickly shook his head, doing his best to resist the urge to cry. Despite his attempts, he began to tear up. A smile joined the tears as he looked at his teammate. Thanks, Mei-chan. Thanks for always believing in me. Of course I believe in you. We're teammates and best friends. And nothing is going to ever change that. She said as her smiling became wider. That makes me happy. Yagura's smile grew wider as well, developing into a grin. Mei proceeded to shake her head, forcing the memory out of her head. She focused her attention solely on Yagura in front of her. I have to admit, it's been a while since I've used this form. Yagura commented, his voice notably darker than it had been previously. It feels absolutely invigorating. Yagura gripped his staff tightly in his left hand, now able to effortlessly swing it with one hand. He tightened his right hand into a fist. A few seconds passed by before the Mizukage charged forward. Mei and Utakata jumped away in time, but Naruto was unable to get away. Yagura punched him hard in the stomach. Naruto was sent flying backwards. Shit. He's so fast. Naruto hissed in pain. He tried to adjust himself so he could land on his feet, but he felt himself having difficulty moving his body. His eyes then noticed a small piece of coral that had developed on his stomach where Yagura had punched. The coral was starting to expand, moving through its body. What? He can create the coral now with just a punch? The Konoha shinobi's eyes were wide in fright. Before the coral could expand too far, Naruto quickly reached into a pocket on his pants and pulled out an explosive tag. He slammed it on the coral and activated it, causing it to explode. The Uzumaki winced in pain, being close to the explosion, but he destroyed the coral before it could develop further. Now no longer restrained by it, he proceeded to land on his feet on the ground. Yagura charged forward again, moving at the same speed towards him. This time, Naruto managed to sidestep in time, barely avoiding another punch. Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu. As Yagura swung at Naruto once again, Naruto quickly sunk deep into the earth. The Sanbai Jinchuriki focused his eyes on the ground and raised his staff, preparing to stab the hook into the earth. Utakata, however, released a barrage of bubbles at him, exploding on Yagura's back and interrupting his attack. The Mizukage turned his focus to the Rokubi Jinchuriki, who slammed his palms together. Water-style, Bubble Hell. Utakata breathed out a singular, large bubble from his pipe directly between himself and Yagura. The bubble quickly reached Yagura's body before erupting, launching Yagura backwards slightly. The explosion caused the large bubble to develop into hundreds of smaller bubbles that surrounded Yagura's body. These bubbles quickly moved in on the Mizukage. In response, Yagura slammed his right palm onto the ground. A coral formation rose up from the ground that surrounded his body. The spikes of the coral made contact with the bubbles, popping them before they could explode. Yagura lifted his hand off the ground, dissipating the coral. Seeing the Mizukage still for a moment, Mei quickly ran through a series of hand signs. Lava-style, expanding flame rings. A ring of melting flames surrounded Yagura's body and closed in on him. Yagura jumped into the air in time to avoid the flames. Mei made a hand gesture, causing the flames to rise in the air under his body towards him at a rapid rate. The Mizukage proceeded to point his staff downward at the approaching flames. Water-style, Water Mirror Jutsu. A circular pool of water developed underneath Yagura's body and created a perfect reflection of the approaching flames. Yagura then, using the hook on his staff, spun the mirror at a 90-degree angle, pointing it at Mei's body. Another barrage of melting flames was released from the mirror towards Mei's body. After launching the attack at her, the Mizukage opened his mouth and released a torrent of water from his mouth, completely consuming the flames approaching him, destroying them. Now safe, Yagura proceeded to descend downward towards the Kirigakure rebel leader. He turned his body around, causing the shell to face her. Mei moved out of the way, avoiding the melting flames Yagura sent at her. She then briefly looked up in time to see the approaching Mizukage skyrocketing towards her. The Kirigakure rebel leader moved away just in time as Yagura made contact with the earth. His impact created a massive crater, with the force created knocking Mei backwards. She was sent flying towards the Golden Gate to the cemetery, causing her to cough up blood after the impact. Was hoping that would have actually hit you, Mei-chan. That was probably one of my most powerful impacts I've done. Yagura commented with a frown as he looked over to Mei. He then briefly looked downward to the ground. Pretty big crater created too. Wonder if that may have killed the Kyuubi kid under the ground? As if responding to his question, Naruto jumped out from the earth directly underneath Yagura. He swung upwards, attempting to punch the Mizukage in the face. The Sanbai Jinchuriki, however, managed to move his body backwards slightly, avoiding the attack. He then grabbed Naruto's neck, gripping it tightly. Coral started to develop on his neck and began to grow downward. Did you honestly assume that work? You should know by now that any physical contact with me will just get you stuck in a situation like this. Yagura asked, almost in disbelief. This is the third time. What kind of shinobi are you? Despite the hand on his throat and the coral developing, Naruto managed to grin in response. I'm the unpredictable kind. Yagura tightened his grip on Naruto's neck, which caused Naruto's body to disappear in a poof of smoke. The Mizukage's eyes narrowed in surprise. A shadow clone? He looked in confusion. Hundreds of Naruto clones jumped from underneath the earth directly under Yagura's body. One of them punched him under his chin, knocking him upward into the air slightly. Multiple clones of Naruto proceeded to grab Yagura's body, holding him in place. The original Naruto proceeded to hold out his right hand and channeled chakra into it carefully. An orb of chakra began to develop in his right hand. Rasengan. Naruto attempted to slam the orb into Yagura's chest, but Yagura managed to pull the Naruto clones holding onto him away from him. He then grabbed Naruto by the wrist, stopping his jutsu from connecting and canceling it. Naruto struggled to free himself, but he couldn't pull himself away. That jutsu, that wouldn't happen to be the original technique invented by the Yondaime Hokage, would it? Yagura questioned Naruto curiously. I admired him. We were the youngest Kage to have ever come to power. I really wished I got the chance to meet him. Why yeah? Naruto grumbled as he pulled out a kunai with a sealing tag attached to it with his left hand. Immediately as he pulled it out, Naruto's left wrist was grabbed by Yagura. Come to think of it, you look like him. Yagura noted as he tightened his grip on Naruto's wrists, causing him to close his eyes in pain. He was my father. Naruto replied, resisting the urge to shout. Despite the pain, he maintained his grip on the kunai. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. He said. Do me a favor and put in a good word for me when you see him in hell. With what little control and feeling he had in his left hand, Naruto tossed the kunai into Yagura's face. The Mizukage acted quickly, letting go of Naruto's right hand so he could catch it before it could him. With his hand free, Naruto quickly made a hand sign. The seal attached to the kunai started to glow a bright green color. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation. A tornado-like windstorm developed directly in front of Yagura. The sheer force of the storm sent him flying backwards, letting go of his grip on Naruto. The Mizukage was sent backwards into a tombstone, smashing through it. He continued to fly through the air until the windstorm began to fade, causing him to fall to the ground. Utakata quickly rushed over to Yagura's side as he was pulling himself off the ground. He then blew on his pipe, creating a large bubble. The bubble moved towards the Mizukage's body, completely engulfing him. Yagura, now standing up in the bubble, began to try and punch his way out of the bubble. He then swung the hook of his staff to puncture it. None of his attempts worked, however, causing Utakata to smirk. You were mocking Naruto-san and I for not being able to enter a version 2 form, but you should not ignore the fact that we are Jinchuriki as well with just as much chakra. Actually, I would say more, since the two of us have Biju with more chakra than the Sanbai. Utakata informed him sharply. A skull developed on Yagura's face as he continued to free himself from the bubble. A moment passed before he stopped trying. A smug grin then developed as he slammed his hands together. Multiple coral spikes rose from the underground at a rapid rate. It pierced Utakata's stomach and shoulders, causing him to immediately choke out blood. The coral also punctured the bubble around Yagura, freeing him. That is true, UN. Naruto-san, was it? You both have stronger Biju inside of you and more chakra. However, that's not talking about your individual strength levels. Yagura commented smugly. I am the Mizukage for reasons other than my chakra. I earned the title with my own skill and battle experience. Neither of you could hope to match up to it. Utakata could not verbally respond. He was too busy resisting the urge to scream in pain. The Rokubi Jinchuriki began secreting acid from his skin, melting the coral spikes that had pierced him. A moment passed by before he managed to destroy the spikes inside of him. He proceeded to fall to the ground and began pulling himself up. Yagura raised his staff and prepared to stab Utakata one more time, but he was stopped as a torrent of water was sent flying towards him. He turned his attention towards it and cut through the oncoming water with his staff. Mei jumped in, landing between Yagura and Utakata. She opened her mouth and released a thick white mist. Her attack connected this time, hitting Yagura in the face. The Mizukage hissed in pain as he inched backwards. She then rushed forward at him and tried to land a punch at his face, but Yagura recovered in time and dodged the attack. He swung his staff at her, but she jumped into the air and avoided it. Mei landed directly behind him and spat out another cloud of mist from her mouth. This time, Yagura managed to turn around and release a torrent of water, connecting with her attack and canceling it out. Both shinobi jumped backwards, creating distance between themselves. Utakata, seeing that Yagura was no longer focused on him, proceeded to move away as he channeled more of the Rokubi's chakra in an attempt to heal his wounds as quick as possible. Yume-chan, unlike the Jinchuriki you brought with you, are a Kage-level shinobi. You're the only one here that I'd consider legitimately dangerous. Yagura noted with a small chuckle. I don't really know why you brought these Jinchuriki with you. You and I should have been fighting this alone. I believe our history would suggest that to you. Yagura's statement caused a memory to return to Mei's mind. Mei and Yagura attacked each other with a different jutsu. Mei released a blast of lava-like acid from her mouth, while Yagura let out a large torrent of water from his. Both attempted to dodge each other's attacks, but were unable to get away, and were both hit. Oomph. Both shinobi were sent backwards. The force of the water caused Mei to collide against a nearby tree, causing her to shout in pain and fall to the ground. She struggled to pull herself off the ground, but found herself unable to do so. Yagura, on the other hand, was screaming due to the acid. He quickly channeled chakra into his hands, making them completely damp, as he tried to force the acid off his face and end the burning. Seriously? Kisame looked back and forth between the two shinobi inside. You both KO'd each other. That's lame. I wanted to actually see which one of you two was stronger. I am not knocked out yet. Mei replied defiantly as she attempted to stand up again. Like previously, she fell back to the ground. Shit. Yeah, you are. You can barely move. Kisame snickered. He then turned his attention to Yagura. The Sanbai Jinchuriki had seemingly got all of the acid out of his face, and was no longer burning. The gray-haired boy, however, was now lying on the ground, panting heavily. And you aren't any better either, turtle. Kisame stated with a loud laugh. Shut up, Kisame. Yagura grumbled in response. I'd like to see you try and handle fighting her in a fight. I probably could have crushed her. And you, for the record. I'm going to be the best swordsman Kirigakura's ever seen. Kisame exclaimed. Suikazan Fuguki-sama, after all, recruited me as his apprentice. I'm going to be in the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakura in no time. Yeah, you're right, you will. Mei said as she finally pulled herself off the ground. She then began to walk over towards their teammate. But either Yagura-kun and I will be the Mizukage by then, and you'll be taking orders from us. Ha! Yeah, right. The shark-like boy snorted in response. One of you may become Mizukage, but I'll definitely be in the swordsman before then. He then started to walk off. Anyway, I actually have training with Fuguki-sama soon. If you all are done fighting, then I'll just head over there early. Mei and Yagura watched their teammate walk off. The Sanbai Jinchuriki had a frown on his face while Mei was openly scowling. Does he really have to be such a fucking jerk? She grumbled, closing her arms over her chest. Mei-chan, please don't swear like that. It's not proper speech. Yagura was now frowning at her. And Kisame-san isn't that bad. He can be nice when he wants to be. Yeah, whenever that is. Mei shook her head in frustration. She then turned her head and focused back on Yagura. Well, whatever. Screw him anyway. That was a good fight, Yagura-kun. I thought I had you. And I thought I was going to win. You took me by surprise. The gray-haired boy chuckled. If we keep sparring like this every day, I think the two of us will be nearly invincible. Fuck yeah. Heck yeah. Mei amended her speech as Yagura started to frown at her. We can be unstoppable and make sure that at least one of us becomes the next Mizukage. And it's going to be me. Yagura chuckled. No way. It'll be me. I'm going to be the first woman Kage. Mei grinned. And I'll be the first Jinchuriki Kage. He grinned back. The two teammates laughed together for a moment. Mei held out her hand and helped Yagura up off the ground. They then started to walk away from the training ground, heading towards Kirigakure. You know, Mei-chan, we should keep sparring like this, but I think we should end up having a big fight later on. To see which one of us should become the next Mizukage. Yagura commented. Hey, you want to have a battle to see which one of us will be in control of the village? Mei questioned with a laugh. I'm fine with that. Just expect me, when we finally have that battle, to win it. Yeah, right. The Sanbai Jinchuriki shook his head in response, laughing in unison with Mei. Mei shook her head, forcing the memory out of her head. Her eyes narrowed as she looked the Mizukage in the eye. I stand by what I said, you are not the Yagura I know. You are just the Mizukage that's under the control of someone else. She spat out. And while I have a history with Yagura-kun, I have no history with you. You know, this being controlled theory you keep talking about is really starting to anger me. Yagura's face developed into a scowl as he started making hand signs. Really? Then why don't you do something about it? Mei taunted, making similar hand signs. Water style, water dragon jutsu. / water style, water dragon jutsu. Both Mei and Yagura, using the water in the atmosphere, created large, serpent-like dragons made of water. The dragons flew forward and collided against each other, canceling each other out and causing rain to sprinkle down over the cemetery around them. Mei began making hand signs with one hand before stomping her foot on the ground. 1,000 needles of death. The raindrops in the air changed shape, resembling needles. The needles all faced Yagura before rushing forward toward him. The Sanbai Jinchuriki began quickly moving his body, sidestepping and avoiding all of the needles. As each needle made contact with the ground, they formed a small puddle on the ground. Mei then ran through the same hand signs as before. While needles were still falling at Yagura, the puddles on the ground quickly changed shape into another water dragon. The Mizukage quickly jumped back to avoid getting struck by the dragon. In the process, he allowed himself to get struck by several of the rain needles on his shoulders, causing him to hiss slightly. He quickly pulled them out before turning his attention back to the water dragon. Yagura held out his staff and generated another pool of water in front of himself. The pool made a perfect reflection of the water dragon. Using his staff, Yagura changed the angle of the mirror, causing it to face Mei. The pool of water released another water dragon directly towards her. He then slammed his right palm on the ground, creating a giant coral spike that pierced Mei's dragon, preventing it from attacking him. Mei attempted to move out of the way the water dragon reflection, but she was unable to get fully away in time, and the dragon managed to connect. She was dragged backward slightly as the water began forcing itself on her. Despite the pressure of the jutsu and the pain, she remained on her feet, not allowing her feet to leave the ground. She quickly ran through a series of hand signs before extending out her right palm. The gesture completely split the water pounding onto her in half, causing the water dragon to turn into a giant puddle that completely surrounded her. With the attack unsuccessful, Yagura charged forward at an incredible speed to her. In moments, he was directly in front of her. Instead of trying to jump away from the attack, Mei started making another set of hand signs. Boil style, steam rising. The giant puddle underneath her and Yagura was instantly transformed into steam. The steam rose upwards at a rapid rate, completely consuming Yagura's and Mei's bodies. Ah! Yagura shouted in pain as the steam collided with him. Despite the pain and burns Yagura was experiencing, the steams had seemingly no effect on Mei. She was grinning smugly as she watched the man in front of her scream. She extended her fist backwards before delivering a strong punch to his face, knocking him backwards and out of the steam. Yagura landed hard on the ground. Naruto, now seeing an opportunity to get involved and attack, pointed his index finger directly at Yagura, signaling for his remaining clones to charge at the Jinchuriki. The clones rushed him, each having their fists extended to punch him. Just before the first clone reached his body, however, Yagura extended his body into the shell on his back. The shell grew in size and formed a giant, spiked ball. Shell tower falling. The spiked ball began rotating before rolling forward, piling through the Naruto clones and destroying each of them. Still remaining in his shell, Yagura rolled directly towards the original Naruto. The Uzumaki jumped into the air to avoid the attack, but the shell bounced upwards towards him and slammed into him. Naruto hissed in pain as the weight of the shell forced him to the ground, and the spikes on the shell pierced his skin. The shell then started to roll in place, digging itself further into the ground, and by proxy, into Naruto. More weight was applied to Naruto's body, and the spikes began digging deeper into his skin, causing him to shout in pain. E-Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. Naruto quickly pulled his body further underground, getting him out from underneath Yagura. Now that the blonde was no longer under him, Yagura, still in his spiked shell, jumped upwards onto the earth. He proceeded to roll in place for a few seconds before rushing towards Mei. Lava style, Melting Apparition Jutsu. Mei released lava-like acid from her mouth that quickly expanded around her body and formed a wall between her and Yagura. The spiked shell made contact with the wall. The shell ended up crushing the wall, much to Mei's surprise. That shouldn't happen. My wall should have stopped him. Her eyes widened as she watched the shell come closer to her. Damn it. The Kirigakure rebel leader jumped away, but Yagura's shell moved too fast and slammed into her, running her over. The Mizukage, as he did with Naruto, proceeded to roll in place, forcing Mei further into the earth and digging the spikes on his shell further into her. Let's try that again. Mei told herself, ignoring the unbelievable pain resulting from being crushed by Yagura's shell. Lava style, Melting Apparition Jutsu. Lava-like acid was released from her mouth directly onto Yagura's spinning, spiked shell. Lava continued to pour from her mouth, completely coating the shell with it. At first, the technique appeared to be doing nothing and Yagura continued to roll, applying more weight onto Mei. After a few seconds, however, the lava proved too much. The shell's speed began slowing exponentially. The rolling stopped completely and the shell jumped off of her. Mei forced herself out of the ground in time to see Yagura pulling himself out of his shell. Despite the fact that his body was covered in the reddish-black chakra of the version 2 Jinchuriki form, she could tell that her jutsu burned Yagura's skin greatly. A scowl was on his face as he glared in Mei's direction. "What's wrong, little turtle? Can't take a little heat?" Mei taunted. "Damn you," he hissed. "I wouldn't be so smug if I were you. You're not in much better shape. And unlike me, you're not a Jinchuriki. Your body won't heal those wounds so easily." Yagura was right. His last attack had caused many spikes to pierce various parts of body. She was bleeding heavily in different areas. Mei shook her as she started channeling chakra in her right palm. Her hand turned green in color as she started to touch some of her wounds gently. "Medical ninjutsu? Since when did you learn that?" Yagura questioned. "I don't know much, just enough to treat a few minor wounds, or at least patch up major wounds in a way that they won't impact a battle." Mei replied dismissively as she focused on healing herself. "Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not going to save you." The Mizukage hissed as he charged forward at the woman. As Yagura attacked Mei, Naruto dug himself out of the ground, slightly away from the battlefield. The blonde was breathing heavily as his body was trying to rapidly heal the wounds he received from Yagura's last jutsu. Despite that, his eyes were focused solely on the Mizukage and the Kirigakure rebel leader. They're relentless. Naruto mumbled to himself. I agree. The blonde turned his head and saw Utakata approaching him. The Rokubi Jinchuriki was also breathing heavily, but not nearly at the rate Naruto was. Naruto noticed that many of the wounds he had last seen on Utakata were now cleared up. Were you healing back here? He questioned. Utakata nodded his head in response. I would have been a hindrance in the battlefield in my previous condition. I simply moved away when I saw the chance to heal. I'm going to go back out in just a moment, but I'm trying to think of a proper plan of action. I hear ya. Naruto sighed. We need to think of something to do. Yagura is pounding into us and it's 3-on-1. This is ridiculous. Yagura's the Mizukage for a reason, he's in a different level of fighting than us, Naruto-san. I may be closer to his level than you are, but it does not matter overall. Mei-san is the closest to his level, and it's why she's able to fight against him continuously, but I think even she isn't as strong as him. The Rokubi Jinchuriki answered with a sigh. The trick we need to think of, however, is to find a way to work around the difference in our strengths. That's what I'm trying to think about. Naruto mumbled in response. It's easier said than done, though. The Kyubi Jinchuriki admitted internally. Yagura's tough. The only techniques that have seemed to do really any damage to him are Utakata's acid and Mei's lava. And the only thing I managed to him with really was after hitting him underground and landing my Fuinjutsu on him in surprise. Naruto's eyes widened as he repeated that last thought. Wait a second. That's it. He declared. You have something? Already? Utakata turned his attention to Naruto in surprise. Aha. But quick question, do you have any jutsu that could maybe force Yagura to remain in one place for an extended period of time? Naruto questioned. Utakata nodded in response, causing Naruto to grin. Great. Alright, then I'm going to get started on the prep. Utakata, please, I'm going to toss a kunai onto the ground in a little bit. When I do, please make that area sticky or something and make it so that way Yagura will not be able to move if he lands in it. Do that for me. Before the Rokubi Jinchuriki could actually respond, Naruto made a quick series of hand signs before his body sank deep into the underground. Utakata stayed still, looking at where Naruto had been standing, for letting out a small smile. I'm going to trust this plan of yours will work, Naruto-san. Utakata spoke to himself. With that thought in mind, the Rokubi Jinchuriki started to rush over to the battlefield. His injuries, for the most part, were healed, and he would be able to contribute again. He had a role to play, and he had to make sure that Yagura would be defeated. Rasengan. Jiraiya shoved his Rasengan straight into Itachi's back. The force of the attack caused Itachi's body to go limp before it exploded. The Sannin braced himself for the blast just in time to avoid taking damage from the blast. His damn exploding clones. Then where's the real one? Jiraiya questioned as his eyes started to wander throughout the battlefield. The Sannin noticed a small black crow flying above him. He made a series of hand signs before releasing a large fireball from his mouth towards the crow. The flames immediately consumed the crow, causing its body to disappear. A second passed before Itachi reappeared directly behind Jiraiya's body. He attempted to deliver a kick to Jiraiya's back, but the Sannin turned around in time and caught his foot with his left hand. Jiraiya then held out his right hand, channeling an orb of chakra into his hands. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan eye widened. Rasengan. Amaterasu. Just as Jiraiya attempted to slam his Rasengan into Itachi's chest, black flames developed in between Itachi and Jiraiya, stopping the jutsu. The black flames then started to spread, moving towards Jiraiya's body and trying to burn him. Jiraiya jumped backward, avoiding the flames. That was close. Jiraiya sighed in relief. His eyes narrowed on Itachi. This has been going on for over 5 minutes. I need to get back to focusing on the invasion. A scowl started to develop on his face. Itachi, what are you doing here already? You seem troubled, Jiraiya-san. Itachi commented emptily. The Uchiha charged forward directly at Jiraiya. The Sannin opened his mouth and released another large fireball towards Itachi. The fireball connected, causing Itachi's body to explode. Another clone. Jiraiya realized. Before he could do anything about it, Itachi appeared directly in front of Jiraiya. The two shinobi locked eyes with each other. Tsukuyami. The world around Jiraiya began to vanish. The sky was painted a reddish-black color. The battlefield had been replaced with an empty, open space. The only things present in this world were Jiraiya and Itachi. Upon entering this new world, Jiraiya's and Itachi's body language shifted. Both shinobi appeared to relax slightly, as if they had not been previously fighting. Tsukuyami, huh? Jiraiya took the moment to look around at the area around him. I apologize for taking this long to use the jutsu, Jiraiya-san. Itachi bowed his head and got on one knee in front of him. I had to wait for even the smallest of openings to arise to not look suspicious. Don't apologize. It's fine. The Sannin replied with a slight chuckle. Although, I'm surprised you actually have to use Tsukuyami on me in order to give me information. I can't risk talking about information aloud, even in an environment like this where most would be unable to listen. I'm certain that Zetsu is somewhere observing. In this world, he cannot observe our conversation. You are also one of the few shinobi who I could use this technique on where it can be guaranteed that you would not be too damaged from it to continue fighting. It will not be suspicious that once this jutsu ends, you'd still be able to fight and defeat me. The Uchiha informed him. When the conversation is over, I suggest you summon either Gamabunta or something. Put me into a position where I am forced to retreat and you can focus back on your mission. Yes, of course. Jiraiya nodded his head. So, since you came out of this way to fight me during the invasion, I assume you have something interesting to report. I do. Itachi nodded his head. Sasori had a mole in Kirigakure that informed him about Konoha's involvement in the civil war. There was a prediction that an invasion like this would happen, so Kisame and I were sent to get involved and capture the Mizukage once Konoha and the rebels defeated him. The Uchiha then looked Jiraiya in the eye. Once we realized you were on the mission and found out that you were not going to be involved in the fight with the Mizukage, we realized the mission was going to have complications. Therefore, I volunteered to fight you and keep you distracted so you would not intervene in Kisame's mission. So Kisame is going to get involved with the fight? Jiraiya questioned. He's after Yagura? Correct. Right now, he should be biding his time, waiting for the fight to exhaust all of the combatants. Once everything is done, he will intervene, kill everybody else, and take the Jinchuriki with him. Shit. Jiraiya cursed, scowling slightly. I'm going to have finish you off quickly and rush over there, perhaps with a small squad. I trust Mei, Utakata, and Naruto together could finish off Kisame normally, but if they are exhausted from a fight with Yagura. The Sannin's eyes widened as a thought occurred to him. Wait, were you two aware of the presence of Utakata and Naruto? Originally no, but once we realized, Kisame started planning to take all three of the Jinchuriki. Itachi admitted. This is bad. This is very bad. Jiraiya started shaking his head. Itachi, do you have anything else left to report? If you do, say it now, and get it over with. We need to finish our fight and force your believable retreat, so I can rush over and help fend off Kisame. Itachi nodded his head briefly in understanding before continuing with his report on Akatsuki. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu. Yagura released a giant cascade of water at Mei while she breathed out a massive blast of lava-like acid of the same size. The two jutsus collided with each other, the water cooling the acid. The water continued to rush forward at Mei, causing her to jump away to avoid the attack. Utakata moved directly behind Yagura and blew on his pipe, launching multiple bubbles towards him. The Mizukage, however, reacted in time and released another giant cascade of water towards Utakata's body, coming into contact with the approaching bubbles and popping them before they could reach him. Utakata blew another bubble downward, encasing his body in one. The bubble then started to move rapidly upward, avoiding the cascade of water approaching him. While still in his bubble, Utakata created a small hole in it for him to stick his head out of. He spat out a quick-moving acid directly for Yagura's body. Mei also took the chance to spit out another blast of her lava-like acid towards Yagura. The Sanbai Jinchuriki quickly slammed his staff onto the ground, creating two water mirrors between himself and the incoming acid attacks. The reflections from the mirrors created two separate bodies of acid that were sent forward, colliding with Utakata's and Mei's attacks, cancelling them out. Yagura's eyes moved back and forth between Utakata and Mei for a moment before he looked downward to the ground. He immediately slammed his right hand to the ground, causing coral to rise upward. The coral managed to capture Naruto, who was underneath the ground, by piercing him in both of his shoulders. He yelled in pain, closing his eyes slightly. Did you really assume I wasn't aware you were down there? I don't know what you were trying to accomplish, but if it was to sneak up on me, you failed. Miserably. Yagura noted with a smirk. Naruto gave no verbal reply. Instead, he opted for pulling out a kunai and tossing it directly on a patch of ground. Utakata immediately started making hand signs. Soap bubble slime. Utakata blew another series of bubbles directly at the spot Naruto signaled for him to hit. The bubbles made contact with the ground and popped, coating it with a thick, deep blue-green colored slime. Due to Utakata's bubbles, Yagura had turned his attention back to him, taking his eyes off Naruto. Mei took the moment to rush over to Naruto's side and release another blast of lava-like acid on the coral. The acid instantly melted the coral, freeing Naruto. The Uzumaki exchanged a look with the rebel leader, then looked at the slime Utakata created, giving her a signal. Force Yagura to move there. Yagura, still focusing on Utakata, jumped into the air towards him and his bubble. Utakata's bubble floated sideways, avoiding Yagura's attack. The Mizukage then started to make a series of hand signs. Water style, stormy blockade. A massive amount of water rained down from the sky directly above Utakata's bubble. The downpour came too fast for Utakata to react and made contact. The bubble was popped and the Rokubi Jinchuriki was forced into the earth as water continued to pound into him. Mei started to make another series of hand signs, boil style, steam rising. The downpour of water Yagura was using to crush Utakata was immediately transformed into steam. The steam then changed targets and moved directly at Yagura's position in the air. The Mizukage quickly forced his body to float downward, avoiding the attack. Seeing his opening, Naruto looked at Mei. She nodded her head. Naruto then hopped onto her back and used her as a springboard, allowing him to flip upward directly to Yagura's position. He got directly above him before he started to channel chakra into his right hand, creating another spinning orb. Rasengan. Yagura, this time, was unable to dodge Naruto's attack. The Rasengan made contact with the Jinchuriki's chest, forcing him downward to the ground and into the slime. Yagura's body hit hard, landing on his shell. He attempted to pull himself, but the slime that Utakata had created forced him to remain still. What the hell? Yagura hissed as he began applying more effort to pulling himself up. His attempt was working, as he was starting to get up, but he was still in the position. Naruto immediately started making hand signs. Okay, I don't have much time. I need for this to work, he told himself. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation Barrage. In the earth, underneath Yagura and the slime that forced him still, 10 separate seals were present. Each seal started to grow a bright green color before each of them released its own tornado-like windstorm upwards. Each storm pierced the earth and crashed into Yagura, cutting into him. Ugh! Yagura hissed. Unlike the previous time, Yagura was not moving upward with the storm, he was remaining still, sucked to the ground, as each windstorm cut into his skin. Naruto then looked at both Mei and Utakata, who nodded in understanding. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu. Acid scattering. Mei breathed out her lava-like acid that quickly surrounded the windstorms. Similarly, Utakata released a white corrosive gas of acid that made contact with the tornadoes. Their techniques caused the giant windstorms to glow red in color and increase in heat and acidity. Yagura's demonic-like scream was heard throughout the battlefield for a few seconds before it got quieter. Eventually, it came to stop and he produced no noise. Naruto took this as a sign and made another hand sign, canceling his jutsu. Mei and Utakata followed his example. With the acidic windstorms gone, Yagura's body immediately collapsed to the floor. The reddish-black chakra that surrounded his body began to fade and his body returned to its normal, human-like appearance. He remained still on the ground, unmoving. Mei immediately rushed over to Yagura, with Naruto and Utakata following behind. She checked his pulse and checked to see if he was breathing. Breathing. He still was. Okay, he's unconscious. Good. Mei sighed in relief. She then turned her attention to Naruto and Utakata. Now, it's up to you both. I would love to try and get the real Yagura back. Do you still believe you can do it? We can, can't we? Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, questioning the fox. We should be able to try. We need to enter the mindscape between Biju and see if it's possible. The Kyuubi answered. Naruto opened his eyes after his answer and looked Mei in the eye and nodded. I'm willing to try. I can do it, Databeo. I'm counting on you. Mei told him with a small smile. I'm willing to kill this man if it's needed for the good of Kirigakure, but I really want my Yagura-kun back. Enter his mindscape and try and let me know the results. Understood. Naruto nodded his head as he walked over to Yagura's body. Okay, Kyuubi, so I need to enter the mindscape. How do I do it? Do you remember when Kokuo's Biju made the mental connect with you when we fought those cloaked figures at Tenchi Bridge? Kyuubi questioned. Naruto, recalling the mission where he met Han and fought those Akatsuki guys, nodded his head. You're going to do what he did to you. Place your hands on him and focus on channeling both your chakra and my chakra into your hands. The connection should be created, and you should be able to enter his mind and enter his mindscape with Isabu. Okay. Naruto nodded his head in understanding as he placed his hands on Yagura's head. Just a warning though, since this Yagura reeks of Madara's influence, the man's essence should be in his mind, controlling him. You'll have to destroy that essence, meaning you'll have to fight it. Even if it's just an essence and Madara will not be at his actual strongest, this will not be an easy fight. You must be prepared to fight immediately, Naruto. Kyuubi stated. Understood. Naruto verbally replied as he began channeling his chakra. In an instant, Naruto made his mental link and entered Yagura's mindscape. Mindscape. Mei and Utakata looked at the Uzumaki intently. He was not moving either and seemed completely focused. Mei then turned her attention to join Utakata. Are you going to help him? She questioned. Yes. Utakata nodded his head as he started to walk over to Yagura's body. "Don't do it, Utakata-san." A voice called out inside Utakata's mind. The black-haired man stopped walking. "Rokubi, what do you mean? Why should I not be helping Naruto-san? I sense a person coming, a person with nearly as much chakra as yourself." The Rokubi replied, causing Utakata's eyes to widen. "Their presence feels hostile. It'd be best if you focus your energy on them. Mei-san, prepare to fight." Utakata replied as he turned around and brought his pipe to his mouth. Mei's eyes also widened in surprise before she nodded in understanding. She quickly channeled chakra into her hands again and started healing some of her wounds in preparation for an attack. As the Rokubi had predicted, another figure landed in the cemetery directly in front of Utakata and Mei. It was a tall, muscular man with blue skin and shark-like physical features, such as gill-like facial features under his eyes and sharp, triangular-shaped teeth. He had blue hair that was stylized to resemble a shark's fin. He wore a black cloak with a red cloud pattern on it, and had a giant sword wrapped in bandages tied to his back. He wore a Kirigakure forehead protector over his forehead with a slash through the emblem, signifying himself as a missing ninja. Mei blanked at the sight of the man. A moment passed before her eyes narrowed and a skull developed on her face. You, Kisame." The rebel leader hissed at the sight of him. "What are you doing here?" "Ah, Mei-san, it's great to see you again. Looks like you and your buddies managed to give Yagura-san a good beating." The man, Kisame, commented with a snicker. He grinned, showing off his shark-like teeth. "I didn't realize that we were having an old team reunion and fight, so I'm sorry for showing up late. I'm here now though, so let's get this reunion started." Before Mei could respond to his statement, Kisame was already reaching for the sword on his back. Chapter 51, End of a War. Just a warning though, since this Yagura reeks of Madara's influence, the man's essence should be in his mind, controlling him. You'll have to destroy that essence, meaning you'll have to fight it. Even if it's just an essence and Madara will not be at his actual strongest, this will not be an easy fight. You must be prepared to fight immediately, Naruto. Kyuubi stated. Understood. Naruto verbally replied as he began channeling his chakra. In an instant, Naruto made his mental link and entered Yagura's mindscape. The first thing Naruto noticed about Yagura's mindscape was the color and sense of life. Unlike the bland sewer that characterized his mind, Yagura's mind was reminiscent of a shallow pond. The water was colored a light blue that appeared completely clear in certain areas. Different colored flowers were growing out of the water. The most predominant flower featured in the pond, however, was a flower with green petals similar to the flower on Yagura's staff. It's so clean and calm here. This looks so different from my mind. Naruto commented absent-mindedly as he walked through the pond. The red chakra that surrounded Naruto's body reflected off the pond water, adding a dark red color to the area and making it feel more alive. Of course it is. If Yagura has enough control over himself to fully control his Bijus chakra, then he has enough control to change the layout of his mind. This is probably the type of scenery that he finds most peaceful or something. The Kyuubi replied. At the sound of the Kyuubi's voice, Naruto turned his head around to look for the fox. After a few seconds of looking, the Uzumaki turned his head upward. In the sky above him was a floating cage. The Kyuubi was lying down in it. What are you doing up there? Shouldn't you be out? Naruto questioned. No. Your seal is different than others. There was a key placed on it. The fox replied. He snarled quietly, saying something about the fucking yondaime before turning his head back to Naruto. Never mind that. I'm still here and I can supply you with necessary chakra. Now go find Madara. I can feel his presence here and it's close. The Jinchuriki nodded his head in understanding before he turned his head forward and started running through the pond in Yagura's mindscape. He had no clear direction or sense of where to go, but there was something inside of him that led him down a particular direction, a gut instinct. Naruto continued rushing through the pond. After nearly a full minute of walking, he found a figure lying down in a patch of green flowers growing in the pond. As he got closer to the figure, he recognized the figure as Yagura. It's him. Naruto ran faster to his side. Yagura's eyes were completely shut. His lips were twisted into a skull, and it seemed like his body was moving in place, as if he was writhing. His body was unable to move too much, however, as the vines of flowers underneath him held onto him, preventing him from moving. That's got to be him, the real him. The Uzumaki realized as he tried to pull up Yagura's body from the ground. His efforts failed, however, as Yagura's body remained rooted to the flowers. Naruto continued to apply more force to his efforts, but nothing was working. Yagura remained stuck to the ground. The Uzumaki sighed as he stood back a few seconds and looked at the Mizukige's body in contemplation. Ugh, what's going on? Why can't I pull him up? He questioned. Whatever technique that filthy Uchiha is using to control him probably has him stuck like this. You probably will not be able to help him until you deal with him. The Kyuubi replied. The fox's eyes then widened. Kid, look out. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Naruto immediately jumped away at the Kyuubi's request, avoiding a giant fireball in the process. Naruto then turned towards the direction of the fire. Approaching him was a man wearing a black full-body cloak with purple lines on the collar. He wore an orange mask over his face with a black flame on it. No defining part of his body was truly visible, other than his black, spiky hair. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the sight of the man. That's him, isn't it? You. The Kyuubi snarled from his cage. Madara. Kyuubi, it's been a while. The man, Madara, commented. How long has it been? 11 years? 12 years? Almost 14 now, you bastard. You ripped me out of Kushina and put me in your control 14 years ago. The fox growled. Oh? It's been that long? Madara almost seemed to chuckle. My apologies. I'm just an imprint placed in Yagura's mind. Time becomes almost irrelevant in a place like this. I'm only really aware of things and places associated with Yagura, and these last few years have been pretty static. You're the man who caused everything. Naruto hissed. You're the reason the Kyuubi was sealed in me and why parents had to die. And you're Minato's son. The masked man commented, now looking at Naruto. You do look a lot like him. I do apologize for having to kill him, and your mother, but it is all part of a much larger plan. It's for the betterment of the world. What betterment? Naruto shouted as he started getting into a position to fight. Killing people, forcing the Kyuubi to do your bidding, trying to destroy Konoha. How does any of this make the world better? It would take too long to explain to you. And it would be a waste of time. Madara replied as he started to reach inside the sleeves of his cloak. I know why you are here. You are interfering with my plans in Kiri. As such, you need to be eliminated. It may push the plans back a couple of years, but I'm sure my original self can simply collect the Kyuubi a few years from now when he reforms. He'll understand why I had to do what I had to do. My apologies, but you aren't going to be alive to see the new world. A small distortion in space developed directly on Madara's body. Within seconds, his body quickly moved into the distortion before completely disappearing. Naruto's eyes widened again. Where did he dash? Naruto's words died on his lips as he felt a presence behind him. He jumped into the air, avoiding a kunai to his back. Naruto turned his body around in time to see Madara had reappeared right behind him. Madara released a black chain from braces on his wrists and quickly moved around Naruto's body, tying him up. Using the chains, he then slammed Naruto to the ground. The water on the pond softened the impact slightly, but Naruto still felt himself cough up blood from the force. The Uzumaki tried to pull himself off the ground, but the chains continued to hold him down. Well, that was quick, Madara stated as he reached into the left sleeve of his cloak and pulled out a series of red explosive tags. You may be Minato's son, but you aren't nearly strong enough to put up a fight like he did. You tried a couple years too early, and now you'll have to pay the consequences. With those words, Madara tossed the explosive tags towards Naruto's tied-up body. They quickly attached themselves to his body. Kid! The Kyuubi shouted to Naruto. Damn it! Naruto closed his eyes tightly. Come on, Naruto. There's gotta be a way out of this. Find it. The explosive tags on Naruto's body detonated, creating a massive explosion and causing water and smoke to fill the area around him. Madara remained still, looking at the cloud and waiting to see Naruto's destroyed body. After a few seconds passed, he was greeted to a different sight: Naruto, still alive, standing up and breathing hard. The chains that had surrounded him were now destroyed and lying on the ground, and a few burn marks on his skin were the only evidence that the explosive tags made contact with his body. His body was surrounded by even more red chakra. His chakra cloak adopted a blackish tint, but it did not cover his entire body. 2 more tails of chakra were now behind him, bringing his total number of tails to 6. So, you channeled more of my chakra in order to strengthen the chakra cloak around your body to act as a buffer from the explosion. Not bad, the Kyuubi thought to himself. He then looked down at Naruto and noticed his expression. While Naruto's eyes were narrowed further in an animalistic manner, he still seemed to be conscious. And you haven't succumbed to my power yet from using 6 tails. Very impressive. So you avoided death there. I suppose that would have been too easy. Madara admitted. I'm Namake's Minato's son, after all. Naruto replied as he a singular hand sign. And I'm not going to let you get away with everything you have done. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 100 clones of Naruto joined him. Immediately, the clones charged forward directly at the masked shinobi, while Naruto remained in the back, watching. The first clone attempted to punch the man in the face, but his fist went directly through his mask. What? He gasped. Madara responded by releasing another chain with the braces on his wrists and running forward. His body and the chain moved straight through each clone, as if he was intangible. Within seconds, the masked man ran through all 100 clones. As soon as he did that, his chain became tangible again, capturing all clones at once. The masked man then made a snap of his fingers, causing the chain to ignite on fire. All of the clones screamed out for a moment before they all dispersed. The original Naruto quickly charged at Madara before he could divert his full focus to him again. He attempted to land a punch on him, but the Uchiha managed to turn around in time and grab his fist with his hand. The action caused Naruto to smirk. Okay, so he's not completely intangible. If he was, he wouldn't have bothered with trying to block. That means he's limited with how he can use it. I just need to figure out those limits and take advantage of them, Naruto told himself. Madara shook his head upon seeing Naruto's smirk and tightened his grip on Naruto's fist. The Uzumaki's body immediately vanished in a poof of smoke. Madara proceeded to turn around in time to see Naruto attempting to kick him in the head. He proceeded to catch his foot. Did you think the Shunshin would be enough to catch me by surprise or something? Madara taunted. Naruto, in response, made a series of hand signs, wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto Naruto breathed out a massive gust of wind from his mouth directly at Madara's face. The wind, however, blew straight through him without hitting him. The Konoha shinobi, however, remained focused on maintaining his jutsu. A second passed before he changed targets and directed his jutsu towards the hand Madara was using to hold onto his foot. The wind made contact this time, cutting into the hand slightly. Madara immediately jumped backwards, letting go of Naruto's foot. There we go, one limitation found. Another grin developed on Naruto's face. Seems he can't make every part of his body intangible, if he's holding on to me, or doing something that requires a part of him to be tangible. It seems like a technique of yours connected. Not bad, Madara admitted. However, you still don't have the strength to defeat me. And I'm not even at my strongest, I'm just an imprint of fading chakra placed inside Yagura's mind to control him. This is not even a fraction of my full strength, and I can still take you down. It'd be almost amusing to see you try and fight the real me at full strength. I don't care how strong you actually are. I'll deal with the real you later. For now, I just need to make sure the imprint of you standing in front of me is destroyed so Yagura and the Sanbai can be freed. Naruto replied. He wants to free Isabo too? The Kyuubi blinked upon hearing Naruto's words. He's not easy to provoke. Guess he's more in control of himself than I thought he would have been. The taunts aren't working and are just a waste of time. Madara realized. Guess I'll change tactics and simply overwhelm him. You want to free the Sanbai too, huh? So you know that he is under my control as well. Well, is that really the wisest decision? I don't think you have ever seen the beast at all. Madara spoke as he started to make a series of hand signs. Why don't I introduce you to him, and show you why that is a bad idea? The masked man slammed his hand onto the ground. A second passed before a loud, rumbling noise occurred throughout the area. A massive creature jumped up from beneath the ground under the pond and landed directly in front of Naruto. It resembled a giant turtle, but had a shell similar to a crab and 3 large tails. It had arms and hands that resembled a human's, but had no hind legs. There was a red-colored tissue underneath its shell and spikes covered its entire body. Its jawline and forehead were heavily pronounced, which covered its face, making its red eyes the only visible feature of its face. That's, Naruto gulped. Isabo. The Kyuubi shook his head. It's been a long time. It's a shame that I have to see you like this. The giant turtle, Isabo, said nothing in response to the Kyuubi's commented. His eyes were focused solely on Naruto. Well, you said you wanted to save the Sanbai, so here he is. Regret that statement yet? The masked man questioned. Because you're going to now. Immediately, the Sanbai charged at Naruto. You, Kisame. The rebel leader hissed at the sight of him. What are you doing here? Ah, Mei-san, it's great to see you again. Looks like you and your buddies managed to give Yagura-san a good beating. The man, Kisame, commented with a snicker. He grinned, showing off his shark-like teeth. I didn't realize that we were having an old team reunion and fight, so I'm sorry for showing up late. I'm here now though, so let's get this reunion started. Before Mei could respond to his statement, Kisame was already reaching for the sword on his back. Immediately, Mei started rushing through hand signs, lava style, expanding flame rings. A ring of melting flames surrounded Kisame's body and closed in on him. Kisame jumped quickly, avoiding the flames. The flames proceeded to change direction and fly towards him. He then made a series of hand signs. Water style, water shark bomb. Water in the air began to develop into the shape of a large shark. Kisame extended his hand forward, causing the large water shark to rush forward at the approaching melting flames, completely consuming each of them and putting the flames out. After the final flame was put out, the water shark evaporated. With their jutsus cancelled, Kisame pulled out his sword, Samahata, and jumped towards Mei. The Kirigakure rebel leader jumped away just in time. Kisame slammed the sword down onto the ground, creating a small crater. He then turned his head towards Utakata and rushed towards him, gripping Samahata tightly. The Jinchuriki attempted to dodge, but the swordsman reached first, and his sword made contact with the man's left arm. The bandages on the sword unraveled, revealing a shark-like teeth-covered blade. The blade shaved Utakata, causing him to bleed heavily. Kisame attempted to hit Utakata again, but he blew bubbles from his pipe outward directly into the man's face. The bubbles exploded upon contact, causing Kisame to wince back slightly and giving Utakata a chance to place more distance. He then took in a deep breath while Mei started to make more hand signs. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu. Acid scattering. Mei released lava-like acid from her mouth, while Utakata breathed out a white corrosive gas of acid. Both forms of acid closed in on the swordsman. Kisame immediately slammed Samahata into the ground, causing water to rush forth from underneath the earth. The water formed a defensive barrier around him that blocked the acid. After a few seconds, Mei's and Utakata's acid began to dissipate. Kisame picked up his sword, dispelling his jutsu, and looked around at his opponent smugly. "That all you got? I watched your fight with Yagura, and I assumed the jutsus you all used were stronger than that. Are the two of you tired or something?" Kisame questioned with a smug grin. He was waiting for us to tire out so this fight would be easier for him. Utakata shook his head. "Quite smart of him, but that's unfortunate for us. We need to think of a way to get out of this issue." Mei focused her attention solely on Kisame. She grit her teeth as her eyes narrowed in anger. "Kisame, what the hell are you doing here?" she demanded. "What are you so mad about, Mei-san? Last time I checked, we both ended up leaving Kirigakure and betraying Yagura. Why would you be mad at me for doing exactly what you did?" The swordsman questioned. "You know the circumstances are different." Mei hissed. "I'm trying to better Mizu no Kuni and end tyranny. You, on the other hand, were in favor of it and Yagura's regime. The reasons you left were because you got greedy and attempted an assassination on the daimyo of Mizu no Kuni." "Greedy? Well, you can look at it that way if you want." Kisame shrugged. "Then again, you just admitted your reasoning. You're upset that I chose to side with Yagura over you initially. I'm upset that you betrayed your comrades and supported the idea of killing innocent people." The rebel leader snarled. "You agreed with the man controlling Yagura and slaughtered so many. Oh, so you actually know about that? Interesting." Kisame chuckled in response. You did know about it." Mei's eyes narrowed even further. Killing intent leaked from her body. "Don't know why you are pissed though. Such a thing should make sense to a shinobi who knows about the world as much as you do. It's a fucked up, deceitful world, after all. I'll support anybody who is truthful in this world of lies, no matter what they may want me to do." Kisame replied. He then made the snake hand sign. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Kisame spat out great volume of water from his mouth and aimed it downwards. The water formed a massive wave that grew in size with every passing second. After a few moments passed, Kisame rode the wave forward towards Utakata and Mei. The two shinobi attempted to get away, but the wave collided with both of them, smacking into them and forcing them underneath the water. The wave drenched the cemetery battlefield, creating a lake of sorts. Mei and Utakata both pulled themselves out of the water and looked around for Kisame, breathing heavily and with completely drenched clothes. While looking for their opponent, Mei noticed that the mini lake Kisame created did not touch the part of the cemetery where Naruto and Yagura were at. Her eyes narrowed in confusion. I know Kisame did that on purpose to prevent the two from drowning while they are immobile like that, but why? Isn't here to kill all of us? Mei questioned. Her eyes then widened as a thought occurred to her. Wait, is he potentially here to kidnap Yagura? Mei was pulled from her thoughts as Kisame jumped out of the water directly underneath her. The rebel leader was knocked in the air from his movement. Kisame took this chance to swing Samahata at her, the bandages on the sword unraveling and preparing to shave her. Mei, however, spat out volcanic acid from her mouth directly at the sword. The acid hit it with enough force to knock it, and Kisame back slightly. She then took the opportunity to land safely on the newly formed lake's surface and place distance. Utakata blew a bubble that darted through the air towards Kisame's body. Upon contact, the bubble began to consume Kisame's body, completely encasing his left arm. While it captured more of his body, Kisame swung his sword against the edge of the bubble, causing the shark teeth exterior of the blade to connect with the bubble and pop it. Kisame then placed his left hand on the lake's surface, water-style, 5 feeding sharks. Chakra was released from his hand into the water, forming 5 large, ferocious sharks made of water and chakra. The sharks swam rapidly towards Mei and Utakata before swimming in a circular pattern around them. One of them jumped into the air, flying towards Utakata. The Rokubi Jinchuriki jumped backwards slightly and threw a kunai at the shark, causing it to dissipate and turn back into water for a brief moment. The water, however, upon making contact again with the water reformed into a new shark. It then swam forward at Utakata again and jumped at him. As Utakata moved away to avoid the next attack, one of the other sharks jumped from underneath him and bit into his leg. The Rokubi Jinchuriki winced in pain from the attack before he got dragged by the shark down under the water. Utakata-san. Mei gasped. Before she could do anything to help her comrade, the remaining 3 sharks jumped out around her and charged at her. Mei made a series of hand signs before spitting out lava-like acid from her mouth and formed a barrier around her body. The sharks made contact with the lava, but were unable to break through it. They, however, continued to try and destroy it, smashing their heads and chomping at the barrier. This is bad. I know how this jutsu works. Kisame will be able to sustain those sharks so long as there is water around him. I need to do something about that. I can't keep staying on the defense forever. Mei told herself, realizing what she must do. I got it. Instantly, Mei's barrier of acid dropped. As the sharks closed in on her again, she made a series of hand signs before slamming her hands against the water. The sharks bit into her, causing her to close her eyes in pain, but she remained concentrated on her jutsu, boil-style, evaporation. Channeling chakra into the water of the lake, Mei began to rapidly evaporate the water. The water of the lake changed into water vapor, drying up the battlefield completely and revealing the cemetery. The sharks, which still had portions of their bodies in the water, evaporated as well and disappeared. Utakata, who had been trying to free himself from the shark that had dragged him under the water, was now freed. He fell to the ground for a moment and took in a deep breath upon being out of the water. Mei darted over to his side and helped him up. "Are you all right?" she questioned. "Fine," Utakata said as he managed to control his breathing. "I don't know why I let myself get hit like that. The words on his lips died as Kisame rushed the 2 shinobi, gripping Samahata tightly. Utakata turned his attention to him and blew on his pipe downward, right along Kisame's path. The bubbles erupted upon contact with the ground, briefly stopping Kisame's charge. Mei then made hand signs before releasing a thick cloud of mist from her mouth directly at the swordsman. Kisame, however, made a series of hand signs before creating a large shark from the water vapor in the air. The shark collided with the mist, piercing it. It then continued to fly towards Utakata and Mei. Utakata jumped away in time, but Mei was unable to escape and was hit by the shark. It forced her backwards into a tree and pinned her. The water from the shark kept applying pressure on her, until it managed to destroy the tree. Mei's body immediately fell to the ground. Kisame charged forward at Mei, but Utakata jumped in the way. The Jinchuriki blew a singular large bubble directly between himself and Kisame. Kisame raised his sword and quickly swung it at the bubble to destroy it. Instead of popping the bubble, however, his act caused the large bubble to split into hundreds of smaller bubbles that now surrounded his body. Water style, bubble hell. The small bubbles that surrounded Kisame's body exploded, creating a massive dust cloud. Utakata braced himself, preparing in case if his jutsu did not kill the man. While Utakata for his next move, Kisame jumped forward from the cloud at the Jinchuriki. Before he could properly react, Kisame swung his sword at Utakata's body. The shark teeth shaved Utakata's skin, causing him to bleed further before getting sent flying backwards towards Mei's position. His body collided against hers, causing them both to groan in pain. That jutsu was actually pretty good. I felt that. Maybe that could actually kill person. Kisame commented. He keeps mocking and provoking us, trying to get us to not focus fully. Utakata shook his head after the swordsman's comment. This is going nowhere. Mei realized. I'm pretty certain that I or Utakata could take Kisame if we were at full strength, but after Yagura we're both drained. And hell, after evaporating that entire lake he created, I'm starting to run low on chakra. She looked over in the direction of Naruto and Yagura. Naruto-san, please hurry. We could use any backup possible, even if it's just you. After a moment of staring into each other's eyes, Jiraiya and Itachi broke apart from each other. The two shinobi had jumped backwards. Unlike their interaction in the world of Tsukuyomi, the two shinobi were back in a tense, fighting position. Jiraiya was breathing heavily and panting while Itachi looked at him in what appeared to be quiet silence. Silence. Damn you! Jiraiya hissed at him. Even after experiencing my Tsukuyomi, you still remain able to fight. Itachi commented plainly. I should have expected something like that. The title of Sannin wasn't bestowed to you for nothing. I'm not going to let you hit anything like that again. You die right here, right now. Jiraiya shouted as he bit his thumb and make a series of hand signs, summoning jutsu. Jiraiya's jutsu called forth Gamabunta. The giant toad boss stood directly between the two shinobi. He took a moment to look at his surroundings before briefly looking at the man in front of him and his summoner. Have I really pushed you enough to use your toad summons, Jiraiya-san? I'll consider this an honor. Itachi stated. Jiraiya ignored the Uchiha's comment and turned his attention to the toad boss. Gamabunta, you'll receive sake sometime tomorrow after this battle. For now, I need the help fighting. Fighting Uchiha Itachi, huh? In Kirigakure of all places? Gamabunta questioned. Whatever, I won't question it. I'll do what I can to help you take down this traitor. Instantly, Gamabunta spat out oil from his mouth directly at Itachi. The Uchiha jumped away before making a series of hand signs. 5 clones of the Uchiha appeared, directly above the toad boss's head. Before they landed on their target, Gamabunta pulled out the blade on his side and sliced through each of the clones. Upon contact, the clones exploded. The attacks, however, did not faze the toad. Itachi decided to change tactics and pulled out a series of shuriken. He tossed all of the shuriken at once, then started to make hand signs, fire style, phoenix sage flower nail crimson. Itachi exhaled fire from his mouth directly onto the shuriken, igniting them. The on-fire shuriken darted through the air towards Jiraiya, the fire increasing their speed. The Sannin dodged, avoiding getting stuck by the shuriken. Itachi then made a gesture with his left hand, causing the shuriken to change direction and fly backwards towards Jiraiya again. Once again, the Sannin dodged the attack. Gamabunta opened his mouth and unleashed a deluge of water directly at the flame-covered shuriken. Itachi made another gesture with his left hand, changing the direction of the shuriken and getting them away from the Toad Boss's attack. The shuriken were now circling around Gamabunta's body. Itachi started to make more hand signs. Fire style, Grand Shuriken Inferno. The flames that had surrounded the shuriken magnified and expand inward, causing the area within the circle to be caught on fire. Gamabunta winced slightly getting burned, but jumped into the air to avoid the flames. The shuriken, however, started to rise, expanding the overall range of the flames. The Toad Boss, however, moved through the air at a faster rate than the shuriken. He managed to escape the circle and continued to move through the air, until he was directly above Itachi's body, and started to descend. Itachi quickly moved out of the way, avoiding getting crushed. Jiraiya quickly rushed over to Itachi's new position. He created a massive, spiraling orb of chakra in his hands. Itachi turned around just in time to see Jiraiya slamming it into his body. Odama Rasengan. As soon as the jutsu made contact, Itachi's body erupted into a murder of crows. The crows screeched as they flew into the sky to get away from Jiraiya. The Sannin then looked over at Gamabunta and nodded his head. Gamabunta proceeded to build up oil in his mouth before spitting out a massive ball of oil into the sky, directly above the crow's position. Jiraiya then rushed through a series of hand signs. Fire style, Toad Oil Fire Rain. Jiraiya released a singular fireball that rushed through the air towards the oil ball. Upon contact, a massive explosion occurred in the air before the oil ball, now on fire, turned into multiple fireballs that rained down from the sky towards the crows. Each fireball made contact with a crow, causing it to scream in pain before disappearing. After each crow had disappeared, Itachi had reappeared on the ground, gripping his left arm. The cloak had been burned through on the arm, exposing his skin and revealing a burn wound. Looks like I had caught you. Jiraiya smirked at the sight of the Uchiha. So it seems. Itachi replied as he let go of his left arm. He started rotating around slightly before it bringing his hands together. I hope you do not think I am through, Jiraiya-san. I have more in me. If you have any intent on surviving, you better. The Sannin replied, as he prepared for their battle to continue. Although Itachi, you better hurry up and get to a point where it's realistic for you to retreat. The Sannin resisted the urge to request. I know you're afraid of this Zetsu guy suspecting you, but we need to hurry this up. Naruto and the others may not have much time left. With that thought in mind, Jiraiya rushed forward towards Itachi, with Gamabunta following behind. Isabu, as he charged forward at Naruto, launched himself into the air and flew until he was directly above him. He then fell downward. Naruto jumped away in time just as the Sanbai's body made contact with the ground. Upon contact, coral spikes sprouted from the ground under the pond. He can create that coral too? Naruto's eyes widened. Where do you think his Jinchuriki got the ability from? The Kyuubi replied. If you remember anything from that fight, do not, under any circumstances, get hit by one of those. Just focus on the original mission and take down the Uchiha controlling him. Naruto nodded in understanding. He turned his attention back to the masked man and made a singular hand sign. The Uzumaki created another 100 clones before they rushed in unison towards him. Before they could get close to him, however, Isabu rolled himself into his shell. The spikes on the shell proceeded to increase in size. He then rolled forward towards Naruto and his clones in his shell. The Uzumaki noticed the movement immediately and cursed. That technique Yagura used already. We gotta get away. Along with the original, each of the Naruto clones jumped out of the way in time as the Sanbai, within his shell, barreled forward. He turned around instantly, however, and continued to move towards them. This time, the shell made contact with 10 of the clones, crushing them instantly. Isabu continued to roll around towards the other clones. We won't be able to get anywhere close to Madara if he keeps doing that. We need to get him out of the shell. Naruto realized. Maybe with content with his idea, Naruto pulled out a piece of sealing paper and a pen from his jacket. Seeing his action, each of the clones did the same. As Isabu rushed through 15 more clones, destroying them, the original and the remaining 75 clones managed to finish their seals as quickly as possible. They then all grouped together, directly in front of Isabu, and tossed the tags forward just as Isabu approached them. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation Barrage. All of the seals activated, each releasing a massive tornado upward. The tornadoes managed to capture the Sanbai and hold him in place. The winds prevented him from moving and cut into his shell. After a few moments, the combined force of each tornado managed to pull Isabu upwards, knocking him out of his shell as he was sent flying outside the tornado. Alright, guess I can get him out of his shell, Naruto stated as he turned his attention back to Madara. Just as he turned his head, Isabu adjusted his body in order to face Naruto and his clones. He then started accumulating a massive amount of water in his mouth. Water style, Great Water Mass Bullet. Isabu released a humongous ball of water from his mouth towards Naruto and his clones. None of them reacted in time. The water ball collided directly in the middle of the group and expanded further. All clones were destroyed instantly. The original Naruto was knocked away, rolling on the ground for a moment before remaining still, face down in the pond water against the ground. He pulled himself up and looked up momentarily. His eyes widened. Shit dash. Naruto was forced to jump away, the rest of his thought dying on his lips, as Isabu landed on the ground directly where he had been. Coral, once again, rushed upward from beneath the upward. Naruto ran quickly through the area, avoiding the rising coral spikes that followed him as he rushed away. Once the coral stopped, Naruto stopped running and turned his attention back to Isabu. I can't keep my attention away from him, even for a moment, Naruto realized. The second I do, he attacks me. I'm not able to fight Madara at all like this. Maybe Kyubi was about to speak, but he stopped as he saw a mist being released from Isabu's mouth. Kid, make sure that doesn't hit you. That mist will trap you within a genjutsu that will force you to relieve the traumas of your past. It'll hold you still while either he or the Uchiha kills you. Naruto's eyes widened. He quickly started to rush away as the mist grew close to him. The mist, however, moved faster and gained on him. In response, Naruto quickly turned around and made hand signs. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The Uzumaki released a gust of wind from his mouth. The wind blew away the oncoming mist, preventing it from reaching Naruto. The mist, however, eventually overcame the wind and continued on its path. Naruto decided to change tactics and pulled out another sealing paper. He quickly drew the scene just as the wind was about to reach him, and placed on the ground beneath him. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation. A singular tornado-like developed and blew upward directly over Naruto's body. Naruto then jumped upward, allowing himself to move along with the wind. The wind skyrocketed him upwards, preventing the mist from reaching him. Naruto was sent straight through the top and flew in the sky above. Naruto then angled his position, making it so that way his body was facing Madara's, and allowed himself to descend onto him. He then began to channel chakra into his right palm. A massive orb of chakra developed. Otama Rasengan. The masked man turned his head towards Naruto just in time. As Naruto's orb of chakra was about to make contact with his body, it moved straight through his body instead of hitting him. Naruto and his Otama Rasengan continued forward and slammed into the ground underneath, creating a massive explosion that developed into a crater. None of the debris of dirt and water hit Madara's body as it shot upward. After a few seconds, after Naruto's jutsu faded, Madara became tangible again and grabbed him by the neck and held him upwards. Naruto struggled and began channeling chakra into his right hand again, but Madara quickly slammed Naruto's body downward, cancelling the jutsu. The Uzumaki choked out blood. That was clever. You managed to sneak up on me like that and could have hit me. Good thing I turned back in time. The masked man commented. He grabbed Naruto again by the neck and held him up, his mask pressed against the blonde's face. Your father managed to hit me with a technique like that and nearly killed me. I'm not going to let you do the same thing to me. Now, why don't you relieve some torment while I kill you? Before Naruto could reply, Madara tossed his body directly into the mist Isabo had created. The mist surrounded Naruto's body for a moment as it slowly drilled itself into his ear. His eyes widened as he began to scream in pain. Kid! The Kyuubi shouted. Naruto could not hear him, however. He was already lost to the mist. Kid! Make sure that doesn't hit you. That mist will trap you within a genjutsu that will force you to relieve the traumas of your past. It'll hold you still while either he or the Uchiha kills you. Naruto repeated the Kyuubi's words in his head as he began to look at the world around him. He was certain that he was supposed to be recalling moments of his own past, but nothing about the world seemed familiar to him. He was currently standing in the center of a plaza of an unknown village. The sun was starting to set, painting the streets and the buildings in a red-orangish color. People were walking around him, acting as if they could not see him. It wasn't until one person, a shinobi wearing the Kirigakure forehead protector, walked by that Naruto was able to piece together where he was. I'm in Kiri, but why? Naruto blinked in confusion. I've never been in the village until now. And I've never seen this plaza. These can't be my memories. MOM. Dad. Please? Naruto heard shouting in the area around him. He quickly rushed in the direction of the noise in time to see a group of people in front of an apartment building in the plaza. There were two elder adults, both of whom were dressed like civilians, standing in front of a boy in disapproval. They were completely indistinguishable and unrecognizable to Naruto. The boy, however, was very familiar to him. He recognized the gray hair on his head. He also noticed the white shirt with green flowers that resembled a different green flower he had seen. That's Yagura. Naruto shouted. Yagura, nor the two civilians, heard him. They were too focused on their own conversation. Please. Mom, Dad. I didn't want any of this. Please. Please. The child Yagura begged. Tears were falling from his pink eyes. Stop calling us Mom and Dad. We aren't a family anymore. The male civilian said firmly as he looked down on the crying child coldly. You're the Mizuki's family now. You're his weapon. He's not my father. He's not taking me away and he's not my father. Please, Dad. Yagura continued to cry. You're his weapon, Yagura. Not our child. The female civilian replied with the same cold tone as her husband. You're not even human anymore. He already sealed that fucking turtle inside of you. Biba dash. Leave already, demon. The man hissed at the boy. Yagura did not move, he remained still, crying. I said leave. The man proceeded to kick Yagura's stomach. The little boy immediately fell down and gripped his stomach tightly. Hey! Naruto shouted as he rushed forward in between Yagura and the man. Get the fuck away from him. Naruto raised his hand and tried to punch the man and get away from Yagura. His action failed, however, and his fist moved through the man's body. Naruto's eyes widened as he turned his head around, wondering why he wasn't able to do anything. Instead, he saw the man deliver another kick to Yagura's stomach. I said get. You're not our child anymore. You aren't welcome here anymore. go back to your precious Mizuki's mansion and go to some tool shack or something. It's where a creature like you belongs. The man informed him sharply. After the man finished his speech, the area around Naruto completely disappeared. The plaza, Yagura, and the parents disappeared. Naruto remained still as he watched the world around him change. He was now standing in a small park, covered with a few trees, a swing, a slide, and a jungle gym. Kids were climbing and swinging, playing in the park. What dash? Just as Naruto was about to question his surroundings, he heard laughter. He turned his attention and saw a group of kids kicking a boy. Naruto rushed forward to get a better look. There were 4 kids who all looked around the ages of 12 to 14, and were all wearing Kirigakure forehead protectors. One of the kids had his foot extended forward and on the body of another kid. Naruto looked a little closer, and that the kid in the middle was Yagura. The boy seemed to be a few years older than he had in the previous image, but he still looked incredibly young. Ah, what's wrong, little turtle? Can't get up, huh? The kid holding Yagura down with his foot taunted. That's what happens when you flip a turtle on its back. They can't do anything. They're useless. Another kid laughed. I'm in Yagura's memories. Naruto finally realized. The blonde's eyes softened as he watched the kids torment Yagura. He could feel himself tear up slightly as he watched Yagura try to pull himself off the ground, only for the kid holding him down to push him down again and keep him on the ground. It felt very reminiscent to him. A few of the kids in the academy behaved like this around him. But these kids, they are worse. They never got this physical. And none of them knew about the QB. If they did, would they have behaved like this? Naruto shook his head at the thought. Hey guys, shouldn't we stop this? One of the kids finally asked the rest of the group. What if the Mizuki finds out? We could be in big trouble. Why would the Mizuki care? The Sandaime doesn't care about any of us. He certainly won't care about a stupid little turtle. The kid holding Yagura down replied. He immediately shoved his foot down harder, causing Yagura to wince in pain. He's weak, after all. He's supposed to be some cool, big weapon, but here he is, unable to beat a couple of genin. Humph. Some weapon, huh? Naruto's fists tightened. He wanted badly to intervene and help Yagura up and fend off the bullies holding him down. He wanted to be the person that never came to help him. However, he recalled the previous image. These were just memories. He couldn't do anything about the scene in front of him. This was, in some ways, harder than watching his own life. Please, stop. Naruto shook his head as tears fell down. As if to mock his request, the scene changed again, and the world around him vanished. It was, however, quickly replaced by another image. Naruto was now standing in the middle of an office room that reminded him of the Hokage's office. Standing in front of the room was Yagura, who now appeared to be only a year or 2 younger than Naruto, and was now wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector. He was bowing his head in the presence of a man sitting down at a desk. The man wore the blue robes and the hat of the Mizuki. Not much was definable about his appearance, other than the black hair that was covered fully by the Mizuki's hat and the vacant expression in his eyes. Yagura, I was expecting you to be combat ready by now. I need the standby out in the battlefield. The man told Yagura. I understand, Sandaime-sama. I have not been a genin for long, but I promise, I'll be ready for combat soon. Yagura replied, still bowing. Not soon enough though. All the reports I've received about your development concern me, Yagura. Your reports show that you skipped classes in the academy, and seem to never contribute to any meaningful discussion there. You are on a genin team now, but both Toromime and Hoshigaki Kisame already outclass you. The Sandaime Mizuki's blank eyes narrowed slightly at the boy in front of him. I'm starting to wonder if I chose the wrong candidate for the Biju. At your current level, you're a useless tool like this, Yagura. Yagura looked up to face the Mizukage to protest. He was silenced, however, as the man held out his right hand. Focus on your development, Yagura, or I will rip the Sanbai out of you and find a new host. He stated sharply, causing the boy's eyes to widen. You're Kirigakure's weapon. Your sole purpose in life is to kill enemy shinobi on the battlefield in my name. Naruto tried to close his eyes as more memories developed for him to watch. He watched Yagura get kicked out of a restaurant that refused to service demons. When Yagura was of age and a shinobi, Naruto saw a memory of a woman attempting to kill him for not being able to save her son when they went on a mission together. Memory by memory continued to occur. Each one caused him to cry more, and caused him to hurt more and more on the inside. Please stop. Just stop already. Maz Jinshu. A faint voice slowly entered his mind. Naruto closed his eyes and attempted to concentrate on the voice, anything to stop focusing on the images of Yagura's childhood. Kurama's. Are you there? Kurama's Jinchuriki, can you hear me? Naruto's eyes opened in surprise. The voice, was it calling for him? I can hear you? He finally said. Instantly, the images around him vanished. Naruto braced himself, preparing for another memory of Yagura's. Instead, however, he found himself in a black void. Floating in the void in front of his body was the Sanbai. Finally you broke free. I've been trying to get you out of that for a while. The turtle declared. Naruto's eyes widened further in shock. Was the Sanbai trying to talk to him? And not kill him? You, are you? Naruto's voice was shaky, uncertain if he was hearing things correctly. Please don't talk and act like that. The Sanbai spoke harshly. I don't have much time. I couldn't put enough of my consciousness in my mist to engage in useless dialogue. Besides, it would be to your benefit to listen to me and get out so you can find that blasted Uchiha. I understand. Naruto nodded his head. I'm just shocked, I guess. Did you manage to break through Madara's control? No. However, his control was weakened slightly when you and Kurama entered Yagura's mindscape. He's had to divert his attention on you, so his control weakened slightly. Not enough for me to break free, but enough that I put a small amount of my consciousness into the mist so I could speak to you when he inevitably made me use the technique against you. The Sanbai explained. That's why I also used the technique to show you Yagura's past. I had presumed that you would have been too focused on your history if you had seen your own. I wasn't expecting you to be so focused on Yagura's life. I couldn't help it, it's not right. That's not something anybody should have experienced. Naruto shouted as tears came back to his eyes. I'm sorry for messing up and allowing myself to get focused on them, but how could I not? That's not right. That's immoral. No child should grow up like that. I suppose that is my fault. I should have realized that you would be sensitive to those types of memories. You are a Jinchuriki as well. You would naturally relate to him. The Sanbai replied. I stand by my point, nobody should grow up like that. Not Yagura, not me, not anybody. Naruto stated sharply as he brushed away his tears. He then looked the giant turtle in the eyes. Not even someone like you or the Kyuubi. The Sanbai opened his mouth to comment back, but he paused after Naruto's comment. He looked at the blonde in front of him in amazement. Kurama's Jinchuriki, what is your name? He questioned. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto replied. Naruto-san, tell me why you would care about myself or Kurama in such a fashion. He questioned. Aren't we the root cause of yours and Yagura's suffering? Wouldn't you wish that on us? I wouldn't wish it on anybody. Nobody deserves a life like that. The Konoha shinobi's eyes narrowed. And you and the Kyuubi. You too have suffered too, haven't you? You always get sealed up in some Jinchuriki and have to watch the same sad life over and over again. His eyes lowered slightly in realization. You too, and the rest of the Biju, may have suffered even more than all of us. The Sanbai looked down at Naruto in amazement. The Biju had never seen a human speak so passionately like this. Even Yagura, who he had a good relationship with, did not speak like that. Naruto, however, was talking in a way that reminded him of his own father. Heh! The thought caused the giant turtle to laugh. Uzumaki Naruto, you amuse me. You speak like a man I used to know. A few more seconds passed by before he stopped laughing. Naruto-san, please, call me Isabu. Naruto's eyes widened at the gesture, but smiled brightly in response. Oh, of course, Isabu. I can tell you're a good child, and I'd love to talk to you more, but we don't have time. Isabu stated sharply as his face stiffened. I need to make sure you get out of this mist as quick as possible. Once you get out, you need to destroy that essence of the Uchiha controlling me and Yagura. Only when he's gone will Yagura's consciousness be allowed to waken, and he and I can take control again. Do you have any advice for that? Naruto questioned. I've been trying to destroy him, but he seems to move faster and stronger than me. He really seems out of my league. You are Kurama's Jinchuriki. I know you have the chakra and the innate abilities to do it. Isabu replied. But I can't control anymore. I'm lucky I can use as much as I can without losing control to and Naruto's eyes widened in realization. But in this case, maybe that's not a bad thing. Mention me to him. Kurama's honorable. He'll let you go. The Sanbai replied with a small smile. That smile quickly faded. Anyway, we've wasted too much time. I'm pulling you out of the Genjutsu, prepare to act fast. With those words, Isabu and the void that had surrounded Naruto disappeared. Naruto returned to Yagura's mindscape to find himself being held up by his neck once again. Madara was holding him up with his right hand and had a kunai in his left hand. He rushed his hand forward, preparing to force the kunai into his heart. Naruto, however, managed to react in time and delivered a punch to Madara's face. The action took the man by surprise, causing him to drop Naruto and the kunai. The Uzumaki took the moment to jump away. You managed to break free from the mist? I thought you wouldn't be able to do that. Madara commented, frowning behind his mask. I guess I should have prepared in case you could have. I shouldn't have taken my time and let you suffer in those memories for too long. The Uzumaki paid no mind to Madara's words. Instead, he turned his head upwards toward the Kyuubi's cage. Hey, please, channel as much chakra into me as possible. Make me enter that version 2 form or something. Naruto thought, hoping the mental link between him and the Kyuubi was still working even in Yagura's mindscape. The connection seemed to work, as he noticed the Kyuubi's eyes widen. Kid, there is no chance in hell you'll be able to keep control of your body in that case. The fox replied. You'll dash. Then why don't you take control? Naruto questioned. Once again, the fox's eyes widened. He was almost gaping at Naruto. You're not bullshitting me, are you? He asked quietly. We need to fight at full strength, and the only way for my body to have that full strength to beat him is for you to take control. I trust you can do it. I trust you that you'll give me my body back once this is all done. Naruto answered, giving the Kyuubi a serious look. This is serious, Kurama. This is so we can free both Yagura and Isabu from his control. The blonde pounded his fists together. Isabu met with me in the Genjutsu, and he tells me we need to do this. I trust you can free him and manage to defeat the Uchiha. Naruto's request and words had stunned the fox so badly that he didn't even correct Naruto's usage of his real name. His container was willing to trust him with his own body? He was that intent on freeing both Yagura and Isabu? He even used Isabu's name. And he met up with him. He repeated the words in his head. Fine. We'll try it. Alright Naruto, let's do this. Kurama spoke out loud, causing Naruto to grin. This is going to be overwhelming and may hurt, but don't fight it. I'll honor your request this once, but for now, it's my turn. The Uchiha is dead. Naruto's body became covered by even more chakra. The chakra began attaching itself to his body, forming what appeared to be a layer of red-black skin. 3 more tails developed. Each of the tails that had surrounded his body became more pronounced and solidified. Bones also developed on Naruto's body, creating a skeleton that surrounded him. Madara looked at Naruto's new body in confusion. Are you entering version 2? Can you control that level of chakra? Naruto looked towards the masked man. A smirk developed on his face. He can't, that's where I come in. The Kyuubi, speaking through Naruto's body, declared. It's about time you pay Madara. Madara had no time to reply. The Kyuubi controlled Naruto already charged forward at him. Water style, 4 shark shower. A large orb of water developed in Kisame's left hand. He held out the orb slightly before all of the water in it surged upward. After a few seconds, the water turned into rain that covered the cemetery. The raindrops changed shape, resembling tiny water sharks. Mei and Utakata moved around, dodging each individual raindrop and preventing themselves from getting bitten. Mei, however, was unable to get away from all, and a water shark made contact with left leg. It bit into it hard, causing her to close eyes in pain as blood started to pour out. She quickly shook her leg, flicking the water shark off, before returning to her attempt at avoiding the attacks. Kisame, however, rushed her. The swordsman swung Samahata, trying to shave at her again. Mei, however, rolled out of the way in time. She made a singular hand sign before quickly stomping her foot on the ground. Water style, water blade. A column of underground water rushed forward directly underneath Kisame's body, causing him to move backwards to avoid it. Mei rushed over to the water and extended her hand into it. The column of water quickly changed shape, resembling a blade made of water. She swung it around slightly, adjusting herself to using it, before she charged at Kisame. Oh? Wasn't that technique made by the Yondaime Kazekage? Are you really going to use a water technique made by a Suna shinobi? Kisame questioned with a smirk as he charged at her, gripping Samahata. Samahata. Whatever. Guess I'll get a chance to see if your kenjutsu got any better. Kisame's Samahata came into direct contact with Mei's blade of water. The weapons clashed and both shinobi were unable to get the edge on each other. Kisame quickly swung again, attacking lower this time. Mei, however, avoided the attack by jumping into the air. She rushed forward directly at Kisame, trying to stab him with her blade, but the swordsman reacted quickly and blocked her blade with his own. The two were at a stalemate. I'm impressed that you actually can hold me off with a flimsy water sword like that, Mei-san. Kisame admitted as he tried to overpower her. Certainly this is because of the jutsu, right? There's no way you could match me at like this with just kenjutsu. You are right, it is the jutsu. Mei replied with a smirk. My water blade's strength is based on my own chakra, as it determined the amount and strength of the water used to forge it. It's a lot stronger sword than you would have expected. I see. Interesting technique. I'd try and learn it, but Samahata might get jealous if I try and use any other type of sword. The shark-like shinobi stated with a laugh. As the two former teammates attempted to overpower the other, Utakata brought his pipe to his mouth. He channeled the Rokubi's chakra into his mouth as he began blowing. Acid bubbles. Utakata blew a series of bubbles that were colored dark blue directly at Kisame's body. The swordsman looked over with his peripheral vision in time to see the approaching attack. He, therefore, stopped his attack and moved backwards just in time to avoid the attacks. Utakata then made a hand sign, causing the bubbles to erupt, releasing a dark blue liquid. The liquid rushed forward, again, at Kisame. The swordsman, however, continued to dodge the attacks, causing the liquid to make contact with the ground and causing the earth to melt upon contact. Mei then rushed forward at Kisame, raising her blade of water slightly as she attempted to cut him down. Kisame blocked her oncoming attack with Samahata. He then swung his sword again at a slight angle. Mei was unable to block fully and the shark teeth on Kisame's body punctured her arm slightly, causing her grip on her blade to weaken. Kisame then took the opportunity to deliver a kick against Mei's hand, fully knocking the water blade out of her hand and causing it to turn to plain water. You see, that's how I know it had to have been the jutsu and not your kenjutsu. You made a blade strong enough to match Samahata, but you clearly don't know how to fight against a swordsman with more experience than you. Kisame taunted his former teammate. He swung his sword once again at Mei's body. She was unable to get away this time, and took the brunt of his attack. The shark teeth ripped into the skin on her stomach and chest before shaving it off. Mei shouted in pain as she fell to the ground, blood dripping heavily. Had enough? Kisame taunted as he pointed Samahata at her body. Fuck you. Mei hissed as she pulled herself off the ground. Her hands started to glow green as she quickly brought them to her chest. Do you think you can just heal those wounds? In the middle of a battle? The swordsman laughed. Desperate, aren't we? Kisame prepared to rush her, and Mei started moving backwards to place distance between her and the shinobi. Before Kisame could actually attack, however, he was bombarded by a series of bubbles. The bubbles exploded directly onto his back, causing him to fall forward slightly. He managed to catch himself before he actually hit the ground, however. Kisame turned his head to see Utakata standing at a distance, blowing bubbles from his pipe. The shark-like shinobi shook his head. You tend to get some dirty hits on me, you know that, Utakata? He asked with a smirk. I appreciate that in a shinobi. The swordsman darted towards the Rokubi Jinchuriki, avoiding any bubbles the shinobi breathed out. Seeing his attempts to stop the man were not working, Utakata turned his body downward and blew another, larger bubble. The bubble consumed his body and started to float upward just as Kisame reached him and tried to swing his sword at him. Now in the air, Utakata created a small hole in his bubble and began blowing out dark blue bubbles towards Kisame's body. He avoided each bubble, causing them to hit the ground and cause the earth to melt slightly after the impact. He then ran through a series of hand signs as a large orb of water developed in his hand again. Kisame held it upward, causing the water to surge upwards and create rain. The rain changed shape into tiny water sharks. The sharks rushed forward to one spot, Utakata's bubble. The sharks were unable to pierce the bubble, but they shoved it downward to the ground. Utakata bit his lip as he tried to push the bubble upwards again, but he was unable to. The constant barrage of water sharks were forcing him downward. As soon as the bubble made contact with the ground, Kisame charged forward and swung Samahata. The sword managed to break through the bubble. The water sharks that had been pushing the bubble downward now changed targets, focusing solely on Utakata's body. The Rokubi Jinchuriki shouted in pain as multiple sharks bit into different parts of his body. A few seconds passed before he jumped away and shoved them off of him. Bite marks and blood covered his entire body, however. Utakata jumped over to Mei's position. The rebel leader had used medical ninjutsu to stop herself from bleeding too extensively, but she still appeared to be exhausted. It seemed as if she was struggling to stand. We need backup, Utakata informed her. Otherwise we are dead. I realize. Mei hissed in response as she closed her eyes. They needed to either alert help or think of some way to defeat Kisame fast. At the rate the battle was going, neither she nor Utakata would be able to remain fighting for too long. Toad conflagration. Gamabunta opened his mouth before exhaling a massive gust of wind from his lungs. The wind contained traces of oil inside of it and moved around the battlefield. As the wind oil mixture was sent out, Jiraiya breathed out a spray of fire that made contact with the mixture. A giant, flaming cyclone developed and quickly ignited the area entirely. The flames managed to pierce Itachi's body, burning it up and causing it to disappear in a poof of smoke. Crows flew throughout the area, trying to get away from the flames. The fire, however, moved too fast and had expanded far too much. The crows were unable to properly escape and were burned. One crow, however, continued to fly and get away. It flew above the battlefield and seemed to be panting. That had to be enough. Jiraiya-san hit me too many times for me to be valuable, Itachi told himself. Any more development in our conflict, and we will end up burning the village of Kirigakure to the ground. I've done my part and Zetsu will not be suspicious. I can retreat for now. With that thought, the crow continued to fly away further into the village, away from the battle with Jiraiya. As the crow started to fly away, Jiraiya made a signal to Gamabunta. The toad nodded before he spat out a deluge of water, completely engulfing the flames that he and Jiraiya had created, putting them out. With the fire gone, the Sannin jumped on the toad boss's head. We need to hurry into the village, Gamabunta. If Itachi was here, his partner must surely be nearby. We need to make sure he hasn't done any damage. We need to contact Mei. Jiraiya informed the toad sharply. Just tell me the direction to go. Gamabunta replied with a nod. Jiraiya pointed in a direction, urging Gamabunta to start hurrying. I hope that was enough time. Naruto, Mei, Utakata, please be safe. The Sannin closed his eyes to pray. Kurama, using Naruto's body, darted towards Madara, extending his hands out like claws. He swung them directly at the man's face, but the attack failed, and the claw went through his body. If you really are the Kyuubi taking control, I would have assumed you would have been wiser than to attack me like this. It's useless, the masked man commented. And if you really were the man who controlled me all those years ago, you should realize that I'm not stupid and know what I'm doing. The Kyuubi replied with a grin. Oh wait, you aren't that man. You're just a fragment of his chakra, a leftover essence that appears to have picked up a tendency to taunt to help it cope with the fact that it'll one day fade into nothingness. A skull developed behind Madara's mask as he quickly jumped backwards. He brought out a chain from his wristlets and quickly surrounded the Kyuubi-possessed body. He then tossed him forward, directly in front of Isabu's body. Sanbai, why don't you do the favors and extinguish this pathetic fox? He shouted. Isabu nodded his head before it channeled chakra into his mouth. He then spat out massive balls of water directly at the approaching body. Kurama, however, grinned in response. The skeleton around his body extended outward, pushing with enough strength to destroy the chains holding him down. Now freed, the Kyuubi proceeded to move quickly, avoiding the Sanbai's barrage of attacks. He then jumped into the air for a moment before slamming his body hard against the ground. Tailed Beast Shockwave. The resulting impact of Kurama slamming himself on the ground created a massive shockwave on the ground, causing everything to shake. Isabu felt himself losing balance after the shockwaves. Similarly, Madara actually lost his balance and fell. Kurama noticed that and dashed towards his body. Kurama reached him quickly and delivered a slash at him with his claws. His attack connected and Madara's cloak was pierced slightly, blood to pour out lightly. The Kyuubi attempted to slash at him again, but Madara's body quickly vanished as a distortion in space quickly consumed his body. He reappeared from another distortion directly behind the possessed body. Madara held out his hands, causing the chains on his wristlet to rush forward again towards Kurama. The Kyuubi, however, turned around in time and managed to grab hold of the chains with his hands. He gripped tightly on them as Madara tried to pull on them. "These chains of yours have been pissing me off," the Kyuubi said plainly as he tightened his grip even further. Instantly, the chains ignited with fire. The wristlets on Madara's hands caught on fire as well, and he was forced to drop them. The chain fell into the pond water on the ground, still burning despite being in water. "You shouldn't have done that," Madara said. Behind his mask, his eyes widened. Amaterasu. Black flames surrounded Kurama and closed in on him. He managed to jump away in time, but the flames did make contact, causing him to wince heavily at the burn. The black flames began to slowly spread over his body, causing Kurama to breathe out a gust of wind from his mouth to extinguish the flames. "This isn't my body, this is the kid's, and he's human. I need to make sure I don't get hit by those flames anymore. Too much of that could kill him," Kurama informed himself. Fire style, blast wave wild dance. The masked man released a large stream of fire that developed into a spiral pattern as it flew towards Kurama. The fox quickly dodged the flames before rushing at the Uchiha. The flames continued to fly forward until they disappeared in a distortion in space. As Kurama was about to reach Madara and strike at him, the flames reappeared from a new distortion in space directly in between himself and the Uchiha. "What?" The Kyuubi's eyes were wide. The fox was forced to jump to avoid the oncoming attack. He was too close to the flames to get fully away, however, and the flames burned at his legs, causing him to wince in pain. Seeing him in the air, Madara snapped his finger before pointing his finger at him. Isaba nodded his head, understanding the request, and began charging chakra in his mouth. A sphere of black and white chakra began to develop. Baijudama. Isaba launched the sphere of chakra directly towards Kurama. His eyes widened in surprise as he quickly looked upward and inhaled. He proceeded to exhale a powerful gust of wind that pushed his body backwards, pushing him down towards the ground and, in the process, avoiding the attack. As soon as the Kyuubi landed on the ground, Madara rushed him. His eyes, beneath his mask, were open wide. Amaterasu. More black flames flew towards Kurama. The Biju jumped backwards, avoiding the attack, before inhaling and exhaling, sending another gust of wind forward. The wind extinguished the approaching flames. They continued to rush forward towards Madara's body, but the wind blew right through him, having no effect. "Frustrated yet, Kyuubi? Your attacks aren't working," the masked man remarked. "I'm biding my time," the fox hissed in response. "He has a point. I need to fight more carefully. It's been a while since I've fought, especially in a body like this. I need to not be stupid. His stupid intangibility technique has a weakness, and I need to exploit it," Kurama thought to himself. He recalled the battle up to this point, even remembering Naruto's original attempt at fighting him. He made a note of every time either he or Naruto actually landed a hit on him. Finally, an idea struck him, causing him to grin. "Got it." Madara made a hand sign, urging Isaba to move forward. The sandbai rolled itself into its shell and started to roll forward directly at Kurama. The giant turtle attempted to trample him, but the fox was quicker than Naruto had been. Kurama managed to keep moving, making sure that Isaba's attack would knot him. Each time, however, he would slowly inch himself closer to Madara. After getting sufficiently close enough, the Kyuubi swung his claws forward, Ninetales Twister. The gesture of swiping his claws created a tornado that rushed forward at Madara. The tornado reached the masked man quickly, but once again, did no damage. The Uchiha stood still for a moment in the center of the tornado. In the process, however, Isaba stopped rolling forward and trying to attack Kurama. After a few seconds, Madara walked out of the tornado, still completely unharmed. As soon as he walked out, Isaba continued to roll forward. Kurama paid no attention to the sandbai, however, and dashed towards Madara. he got dangerously close to his body and swung his claws at him again. The sudden movement and action took the Uchiha by surprise and caused his body to disappear in a distortion in space. Great! He did it! Now, Kurama, stay focused. Sense for his energy. Look for his negative emotions. The Biju told himself. Within seconds, the Kyuubi felt the emotions he was looking for, a sense of overwhelming despair that it was going to one day fade from existence, and a sense of anger that two intruders were attempting to ruin his purpose. Kurama turned his head just in time to see a distortion in space open up. There. Just as Madara started to exit the distortion in space, Kurama pointed the ends of each of his tails directly at him. He channeled chakra into each tail, causing them to light up. 9 tails beam. Each of the tails released a powerful beam of pure, reddish-orange chakra directly at Madara's body. All 9 beams connected at various parts of Madara's body, causing his body to grow limp. Blood starting pouring out of the points of his body hit. Ah! He yelled in pain. The masked man tried to pull himself away from the beams, but the power was too much for him to overpower. He found himself unable to even use Kamui to make himself intangible. He was stuck like this, forced to experience the force of this technique. Can't become visible, huh? You can't so long as your body is linked to the physical world. My beams will do just that. The Kyuubi said smugly as he maintained the use of his jutsu from his tails. I'd say look forward to going to hell, but you won't. You're not even the real Uchiha Madara. You're just an essence. A creature as unoriginal and despicable as you has no afterlife. There's only an eternal death and disappearance. The masked man continued to scream. Satisfied with his work, Kurama opened his mouth and began generating chakra. A black and white sphere began to develop in his mouth. Baijudama. The Kyuubi sent the sphere flying towards Madara's body. The sphere collided with him before completely consuming him. Within seconds, the screaming stopped. Once the sphere began to fade away, Kurama saw no signs of the body. The jutsu had wiped out all traces of the essence of Uchiha Madara. Humph. Humph. Not even a body. Figures. An implant of chakra like that has no worth in this world. The Kyuubi commented. As Kurama remained still, staring at the space that had once been the essence of Uchiha Madara, a loud thumping noise sounded throughout the mindscape. He turned his head around to see Isabu, passed out on the ground. Kurama rushed over to the giant turtle's body, climbed onto it, and placed his ear against his chest. A few seconds passed by before he sighed in relief. Isabu's alive. He's passed out. He told himself. He must finally be free of the control. Instinctively, Kurama's eyes wandered over to the body of Yagura, remaining still in the mindscape. The flowers that had been holding the boy in place had officially let go. Yagura was also no longer moving about on the floor, and seemed to be at peace. Kurama jumped off Isabu's body and rushed over to the Jinchuriki, placing his ear against his chest. And it seems as if Jinchuriki is fine as well. He must be free as well. Kurama commented as he looked back and forth between the Jinchuriki and the Biju. It's going to probably be a little while before these two wake up. The fox remained still for a moment as his eyes finally focused in on Isabu. A small smile developed on his face as he looked at the giant turtle. Well, kid. We did it. He said. Within his body, he could feel a presence seemingly glow. Naruto was as relieved and happy as he was. The boy, the Kyuubi could tell, was genuinely happy that both Yagura and Isabu were free. A part of Kurama realized that he still had an opportunity that he had been craving for years. Naruto had given him complete control in act of desperation. He could, in theory, keep control of his body for a little while longer until Naruto could wrestle up control back. However, the fox knew that Naruto would get control back eventually. There would be no point. Besides, the kid. He put his trust in me. Kurama noted, his smile growing a little wider. He shouldn't have. I've made it no secret what I feel about him. But he did it anyway. Because he valued Yagura's life and Isabu's life. He'd risk it all just for a chance to do good. A small chuckle escaped his lips. Heh. He even reminds me of my old man in a way. It's that same damn drive to do good in this world. Kid, no. Naruto. The QB corrected himself. I'm going to pull us out of this mindscape. I don't know how long, but both Yagura and Isabu will wake up in time. You will return to your body, and have full control once we return to the real world. However, this experience battling Yagura and the essence of Madara is going to leave your body and mind exhausted. You're going to pass out. Just prepare to get some sleep for a while. Kurama closed his eyes as he began channeling his chakra, allowing for both he and Naruto to leave. Thanks QB. The fox heard Naruto's reply within his mind. The fox chuckled in response, hey kid, if you want, you can call me Kurama. With those words, Naruto and Kurama left Yagura's mindscape, returning to the real world. Kisame raised Samehada up into the air, prepared to rush forward and strike at Mei and Utakata. He stopped himself, however, as he saw something appear in the sky. A singular black crow flew around the battlefield in a circular pattern. After flying in 3 rotations, it began flying away from the battlefield. Kisame's eyes narrowed at the sight. That's Itachi's signal. He's been forced to retreat, and he's advising I do the same. The swordsman noted. That must mean Jiraiya defeated him, and he's coming this way. Shit. I can't take him on. I'll get killed. Kisame's eyes lowered and focused in on his opponents. Mei and Utakata were still breathing heavily and bleeding heavily, but were standing and in position to fight. Mei had officially patched up enough of her wounds that she could still keep fighting for a little longer, until she got forced down and Utakata's Biju had healed him enough. I can probably still take them, but not fast enough to get away from Jiraiya. That means I won't have time to get away with Utakata's body, Yagura's body, or the QB Jinchuriki's body. Shit. He cursed. With a sigh, the former Kirigakure shinobi moved Samehada to his back and re-hooked it. Both Mei and Utakata tensed at the action and prepared for whatever Kisame was attempting to do. You both got lucky. You would have died if it wasn't for fate. Still, guess I gotta give you both props for lasting as long as you did to the point that help would come. Kisame admitted. The shark-like man let a smirk cross his lips. I'll remember this though, the next time. And believe me, there will be a next team. Our team has unfinished business after all, Mei-san, and I intend to have that team reunion soon. With those words, Kisame's body disappeared. A pool of water had seemingly replaced him. Which direction did he go? Mei shook her head as she began looking around for any sign of movement. If we really do have help coming, then we can point them in his direction. He dash. The words on her lips died as soon as they heard some small movement from Naruto and Yagura. Both shinobi turned their heads and saw Naruto open his eyes slightly and start to stagger away. Mei and Utakata got over to them as quickly as they could. Naruto's eyes were starting to close, but a smile developed on his face. He's all right. We did it. Kurama and I did it. We got him. Naruto mumbled quietly. Mei and Utakata, however, heard loud and clear and were staring at him in disbelief. W.E. His words remained unfinished. Naruto fell into unconsciousness, succumbing to his exhaustion. Mei managed to catch him in time before his body could hit the ground. She continued to stare at him in disbelief before tears started to fall from her eyes. He did it then, my Yagura-kun is still alive. She said happily. A large presence landed in the cemetery. May looked over briefly in time to see Jiraiya jump off the head of Gamabunta, but she barely processed it. Her adrenaline was starting to fade and exhaustion was taking over her body. The weight of Naruto in her arms was also starting to prove to be too much for her. She quickly started to fall backwards, the sense of joy and relief completely overwhelming. She didn't even feel Utakata catching her body and making sure she, and by proxy Naruto, did not fall to the ground. Everything was over. The civil war was over. Yagura was freed. These were her last thoughts as she drifted into unconsciousness herself. That's it for this reading. Hit like and subscribe for a free ticket pass going to the different worlds of anime fanfictions. Looking forward to having you on board again.